Cenedlaethol I drefn. Yr eitem gyntaf yn agenda ni'r prynawn yma yw'r cwestiynau I ysgrifennydd y Cabinet dros addysg. A'r cwestiwn cyntaf, Angela Burns.
Diolch, Gareth. Will the Cabinet Secretary provide an update on the rollout of the Welsh Baccalaureate?
Thank you, Angela. The new, more rigorous Welsh Baccalaureate was introduced in September 2015, and I firmly believe learners in Wales will benefit from studying it. I still expect every school in Wales to deliver the Welsh Bac at Key Stage 4, and all post-16 institutions to work towards full implementation by 2019-2020.
Thank you for that answer, Cabinet Secretary, but I do have a concern about the implementation of the Welsh Baccalaureate, which I would like your take on. I'm aware of individuals who are at the high functioning end of the autistic spectrum or who have another learning need and yet able to cope with academic subjects. However, these individuals often struggle with undertaking the skills challenge element of the baccalaureate, where emphasis is placed on individual challenges and where learners must work as a team. I have examples of situations where learners are becoming mentally ill or refusing to attend school because of the stress of coping in that kind of situation. Indeed, I have one constituent whose father went on to suicide watch because he was so worried about his child. But schools are taking a hard line and refusing to withdraw learners from the baccalaureate, even though the current guidance states it's not a statutory requirement. Cabinet Secretary, I suspect schools are taking this hard line because, and I'm quoting Eston's guidance, achievement of the Welsh Baccalaureate will be one of the school performance measures for Key Stage 4 used by the Welsh Government for reporting on school standards from 2018. How will you ensure that there's a reconciliation between the needs of an individual learner and the desire for schools to make sure that they don't fall behind on school standards?
Thank you, Angela. Firstly, can I say I believe it's important that all learners have an opportunity at post-16 to select courses which reflect a wide range of interests and abilities and are relevant to individual circumstances. Now, in line with the recommendations from the review of qualifications, the Welsh Government continues to encourage universal adoption of the Welsh Baccalaureate. But as you have quite rightly said this afternoon, it is not statutory for learners to undertake, nor is it compulsory for centres to provide. Whilst we encourage schools and colleges to deliver the Welsh Baccalaureate because of the benefit it will bring to their students, learners can be withdrawn from the subject on request. With regards to high-stakes accountability measures, I have given a commitment to review high-stakes accountability measures so that we get a more accurate and a better reflection of school standards, and officials are currently working on this.
Jenny Rathbone.
I'm pleased to hear, Cabinet Secretary, that it's not an obligation on the student to adhere to the Welsh Baccalaureate. I understand that it should be an obligation of the education provider to give opportunities to students. And I think that particularly the community volunteering aspect and the emotional resilience aspect are really important parts of anybody's education. But I have had correspondence of people expressing concern that by being forced to do the Welsh Baccalaureate, they're having to limit their options of what they would choose to study. And I think it's a particular concern at Key Stage 5, where students are perhaps competing to get into some of the most competitive universities. It is A-levels that is going to be the determining factor, and 3 A-levels are demanded by places like Cambridge and Warwick, and the Welsh Baccalaureate doesn't come into it. So I think it's quite important that we're not obliging students at Key Stage 5 in particular, when they're no longer in compulsory education, to do it, and that there should be room within the system, in Key Stage 4, to enable students who would prefer to follow another option to opt out. And I wondered if you'd be able to give guidance as to whether that is really possible.
Can I thank the member for her question and observation? But let me be absolutely clear. The Welsh Baccalaureate aims to provide young people in Wales with added breadth to their learning and supports them in the acquisition of skills which I feel are desirable both to universities and to employers. Now, the components' flexibilities allow centres to cater for students' individual needs, providing a platform for students to explore and increase their in-depth subject-specific knowledge. When it comes to institutions accepting the Welsh Baccalaureate. Let me be clear, the vast majority of universities take the Welsh Baccalaureate. It has been designated UCAS points by Qualifications Wales because of the high rigorous standards that are involved. And I come across young people and parents all the time who tell me that their child has gained a place in a prestigious university on the basis of their Welsh Bac qualification. For instance, young lady that just took work experience with me, who will begin her degree course in Cardiff this September. Only this week, Tudur Owen, the Welsh language comedian, was telling me at the Teaching Awards his son gained his place at Bristol University last year on the basis of his Welsh Baccalaureate. Let's be absolutely clear, this qualification adds value to students and it does not take away from their opportunities to study at the most prestigious universities, whether that be here in Wales or anywhere else.
Cwestiwn 2, Hugh Davies.
Diolch, Llywydd. Will the Cabinet Secretary provide an update on the educational support being provided for armed forces children in Wales?
Thank you, Hugh. I am committed to ensuring that all children and young people, including those from armed forces families, are supported to achieve their full potential, regardless of their background or their personal circumstances.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for that answer, and Cabinet Secretary, as a long-time supporter and advocate for members of the armed forces and their families in Wales, you will be well aware of the huge contribution our service personnel make to our communities. Estimates suggest that the armed forces community in Wales numbers anything between 250 and 350,000 people, and a proportion of these will of course be family members and dependent children. Now, some schools in Wales are doing great work in this area, along with the work of the Support in Service Children in Education Cymru project, Welsh Government, WLGA and partners such as the Royal British Legion. Indeed, last year, over £650,000 came to Wales via the MOD Education Support Fund to support schools with service children in them, though I understand that that funding may well be ending in 2018. Now, given that there are at least 2,500 service children in schools across Wales, could I ask what work the Welsh Government is doing to identify these children via the school census, for example, and importantly, identify and support any additional needs they may have, for example, via direct funding to schools?
Well, Hugh, first of all, can I thank you for acknowledging the good work that goes on in many of our schools in Wales to provide the necessary support for children who have family in our armed services. And I also commend the work of a number of groups, including the LWGA and the British Legion, in being able to provide a range of resources, professional learning opportunities for teachers to better support these children. Only recently, I've written to a number of schools in Wales, including Llantwit Major School, Pendergar School in Pembrokeshire, and indeed 3 within my own constituency in Brecon, who have been very successful in drawing down additional resources to help them meet the needs of their service personnel children. I'm very keen with officials to better understand the needs of these particular learners and to ascertain whether there is any evidence to suggest that as a result of belonging to a service family, their attainment is affected in any way. There is data to suggest that is not the case, although there are some issues around progression onto higher education. But I'm very aware that as children of service personnel, especially those who are deployed in active service, that can be a very anxious and stressful time for those children. So we need to look not just at attainment, but issues around well-being. And I will continue to ask my officials to work to identify the evidence as to whether we would need to look at additional funding. And I will be writing to the MOD to urge them to consider not ending their current round of funding and that they need to consider the impact of their choices on devolved services, and I would urge them to continue that funding.
Nick Ramsey.
Cabinet Secretary Hugh Davies has actually covered most bases there in his excellent question to you when you gave a full answer. I think we would all agree that every child deserves the best start in life, but for some young people, their background and parents' profession does not make that difficult, and that is especially true in the case of the children of our armed forces. You've touched on the census data and the measures you're taking at the moment in schools to try and identify and assist these children. Moving on from that, what assessment have you made or will you be making about future growth, future trends in the growth of the number of children in Welsh schools of our armed forces, so that you can make sufficient contingency planning to support them best over the next 5 years or the rest of this Assembly term?
Well, thank you, Nick. The Programme for Government commits to providing support and services in line with the Armed Forces Covenant, and therefore children and members of the Armed Forces will have the same standard and access to education as every other UK citizen in the area in which they live. Data continues to be an issue, both here in Wales and nationally. I'm sure many Assembly members would have availed themselves of the opportunity yesterday to speak to members of the British Legion that we hear promoting their campaign with regards to specific questions being included in the next Westminster Government's census, so that we can get a better understanding of the nature. As always, in Wales, the lack of data continues to be problematical, and I continue to explore with my officials how best we can identify the numbers of children involved, where they are, and the most efficient way and successful way in which we can support them.
Cwestiynau nawr gan lefarwyr y pleidiau i'r ysgrifennydd Cabinet. Llefarydd UKIP, Michelle Brown.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Does the Cabinet Secretary agree with UKIP that parents should be able to trigger an Estyn inspection into their child's school where they have specific concerns about the school?
No, I do not. Estyn, the independent inspectorate, decides on their own programme of inspection regimes, and as an independent inspectorate free of government interference, it is up to them to set how best they should inspect schools.
Okay. Thank you for that answer. I note the testing doesn't look at school dropout rates or the opinions of parents missing potential indicators to a problem at the school. If a parent removes a child because of a problem with the school, it could be over concerns about poor teaching or something that they've already tried to resolve with the school. It could, of course, be also because they've simply moved house. Therefore, parents who take the step of removing their child for specific issues should really be asked why and the reason they're moving the child on, so that problems can be flagged up. So don't you think that Estyn should include that into the report?
Let's be clear, Estyn take very seriously and consider in their reports of school issues around attendance. We know that high levels and regular attendance is the best thing a parent can do to enhance and help their children's education progress. As for reasons for why children maybe move school, I do not believe that that is a strategic issue that we need Estyn to be looking at. And if parents have concerns about standards in a school, there are a variety of ways in which those concerns can be addressed, primarily through the chair of the governing body of each individual school, and if they're not satisfied with that, the local education authority.
Okay, thank you for that. As you're aware, there are too many schools in the amber and red categories. Should there be a mechanism that makes it easier than it currently is for children attending a school that assesses amber or red to switch to a school that isn't failing?
Let me be absolutely clear. If a school finds itself in an amber or red category, that is not an indication that the school is failing. The categorisation system has been introduced to identify levels of support that school needs to improve. And whilst I am working towards a situation where no school in Wales is amber or red, the member should acknowledge that the number of schools that find themselves in the green or yellow category is going up. And I commend the teachers and the head teachers of those schools who are driving standards forward. The member should be very clear in her role as an education spokesperson for a party what the value and what the purpose of the categorisation is, and you grossly mischaracterise it in your question today.
Llefarydd Plaid Cymru, Llyr Griffin.
Diolch Llywydd. Cabinet Secretary, pupils across Wales, of course, over the last week or so have been sitting their national literacy and numeracy tests, and evidence shows us that high-stakes standardised tests narrow the curriculum and have a negative impact on creativity in the classroom, and subsequently that risks children being taught to the test. The objective becomes not about improving the education of the children, but about improving their capacity to pass tests. And that, of course, is in complete conflict with the curriculum proposals put forward by the Donaldson review that are being pursued. So can I ask, do we really need some crude and blunt testing regime to tell us what teachers, through their assessments, already know?
Can I...
That isn't the answer.
Can I thank the member for his questions regarding standardised testing? Let me be absolutely clear of what the purpose of those assessments are about, because that's their main purpose. It is to provide another way of assessing where a child is in their education, an independent way of doing that. And I think that provides reassurance and an important source of information for both teachers, head teachers, and crucially for parents too. And it provides the building block for those conversations with your child's teacher about how best your child can be supported to reach their full potential. However, I have acknowledged that in many ways the assessments are crude, and that's why last week I announced a multi-million-pound investment into the development of online adaptive testing, which will give us an even better way of assessing where a child is in their education.
Yes, and if you are pursuing tests, then clearly, as I said in response to your announcement, then anything that helps to reduce the workload of teachers, for example, through online testing, would be welcomed, as long as we guard against the computer says yes or computer says no culture emerging. In relation to workforce or workload pressures on the workforce, you will also be aware that the Education Workforce Council published a survey recently which highlighted some of the most common areas impacting on teachers' ability to effectively manage their workload. Over 3/4 of the workforce citing administration and paperwork, nearly half saying that they were struggling to fit curriculum content into the available teaching hours. Nearly 90% of survey respondents said that they were unable to manage workload within agreed working hours. And there's evidence from the OECD as well that teachers in Wales work much harder and longer hours than teachers in other nations. Now, that's clearly impacting on the quality of teaching in Wales and certainly having an impact as well on recruitment and retention, and creating a number of difficulties in that respect. So with teachers' pay and conditions being devolved, isn't it time to revisit the national agreement, particularly in relation to workload, to help avoid in teaching the kind of crisis that we've seen in recent years in health?
Thank you, Claire. Can I be absolutely clear? The primary driver for the investment in online adaptive testing is one that is because we believe it will be more useful when it comes to assessment for learning and for raising standards. The fact that it actually reduces workload and bureaucracy for teachers is a byproduct, although a welcome byproduct. I understand the issues of workload are very real for our teachers, and I want to look at a variety of opportunities there where we can free up both school teachers and leaders to give them the time to concentrate on what matters most. Therefore, you'll be aware that we are looking at, for instance, a programme of business managers and bursars to take away tasks from head teachers that could be done by another professional, leaving the head teacher to concentrate on professional learning, curriculum development and the teaching within the school. And the same for individual teachers. We're running a bureaucracy project at the moment to identify where we as Welsh Government are asking teachers to do things, whether that is adding value to learning, and if it's not, we're prepared to strip that out. And we're also undertaking a myth-busting regime. Many of the professionals I speak to go above and beyond what is expected, what can be reasonably expected of them, because they fear, for instance, that it will be expected of them by Estyn. And we're working very closely with Estyn to develop a myth-busting project so that teachers are very clear about what is expected of them and not going above and beyond and doing things that don't add value, but actually then cause stress and additional workload, which is not required by our inspection regime.
In your own words, you're looking at a number of issues, but in the meantime, you're hurtling full pelt towards the curriculum reforms that many of us have warned are storing up problems, because the capacity isn't within the system as it stands for the teachers to absorb the huge reforms that are ahead. And I called previously on you to step back from introducing the curriculum according to the current timetable, so that we can make sure that we do it correctly and that it's not a case of doing it quickly. Now, NUT Cymru, of course, has added their voice to those calls as well now. So I'm asking you, will you listen to the profession? Will you listen to those working at the coalface who are telling us that getting all the reforms in place for the new curriculum to be ready to be introduced in, 12, 16 months' time, is now unrealistic? Or are you intent on ploughing on regardless?
What I will do is listen to those at the coalface who are developing this curriculum. The idea that this curriculum is being developed solely by Welsh Government and will be imposed upon the teaching profession is not how the system is being developed at the moment. Our pioneer school networks, our teachers, our learning professionals are at the heart of this process. You're absolutely right. I need to be secure that the teaching profession is in a place to be able to use this exciting new curriculum. And I will be guided by the profession that are dealing with not only the areas of learning and experience, but are dealing with the professional learning aspects of the curriculum as we go forward. And if they have concerns, I will take those on board.
Llefarydd y Ceidwadwyr Darren Miller.
Diolch, Llywydd. Cabinet Secretary, attention has already been drawn to the fact that we're heading towards a recruitment crisis in our teaching profession. And of course, this was highlighted by the Education Workforce Council's survey, which found that more than 1 in 3 teachers intends to leave the profession within the next 3 years. What specifically are you doing to plug the gap if those 1 in 3 do actually leave the profession?
Thank you, Darren. The first ever teaching survey has given us a wealth of information, not just for statistics, but also qualitative and data as well. And we're studying that at the moment. We need to ensure that we create an education system in Wales that retains our best talent within our system, but also recruits into that system our very best and brightest individuals. Therefore, as you know, we are currently reforming our ITE provision. We are looking at new ways in which we can attract career changers into the teaching profession, as well as addressing issues like workload that Llywydd Griffiths has just talked about, so that teaching people who are already teachers feel motivated to stay within the classroom. And I'm pleased to say that the recruitment figures into this year's ITE is outperforming what we did last year and is actually better than England.
There's just been a huge recruitment drive for new nurses in the Welsh NHS, with a lot of money and a lot of promotional work which has been done in many different ways across social media and across the printed media and other media at large. Why are we not seeing a similar effort to recruit the teachers that the Welsh schooling system needs, so that we've got sufficient Welsh medium teachers, sufficient STEM subject teachers for the future? Because otherwise, we're going to continue to slip down the OECD's PISA scale in the way that we have over the past 10 years.
I would just reiterate to the member again, our recruitment figures for people who will enter into courses this September is better than it was last year and outperforms the recruitment into ITE provision in England. But of course, there is always more for us. There is always more for us to do. The member will be aware that the 4 regional consortia working together have been producing a recruitment campaign to attract those people who perhaps have had enough of the English education system, to demonstrate to them that they can come and work in a supportive environment here in Wales. And we are seeing results as a result of that recruitment campaign. But if the member has new ideas about how we can recruit more teachers, I'm always open to them.
I'll give you one idea, Minister, and in fact we suggested one in the past, which fortunately you've actually listened to and taken up. One was in respect of improving the bursaries available to attract new people into the profession, and the second is to remove some of the ridiculous barriers that overseas trained teachers currently face here if they want to come and work in Wales. It is ridiculous that overseas qualified teachers in Australia and Canada and the United States and New Zealand can go and work in other parts of the United Kingdom without having to do adaptation courses, and yet they cannot come to Wales and work, including deputy heads and head teachers. That is an unacceptable barrier to recruitment here in Wales and could help to stem the tide of people slipping away from the profession as a result of the poor reputation of the Welsh education system.
Well, Darren, you do raise a serious point. I don't want to turn away any talent from Wales, and if somebody has something to contribute to the Welsh education system, then I want them to be able to do that. And my officials are currently reviewing the rules around having what qualifications are necessary to teach in a school in Wales. Let me be absolutely clear. The rules that are currently in place were of a result of a previous government consultation where there was a very clear consensus about the necessity for the rules that we have in place at the moment. But I have to say, Presiding Officer, I will take no lessons from a Tory Assembly member when I have to listen to the rhetoric of his party leader on immigration. This is a member of a party who they spend all their time denigrating people who want to come and contribute to this country.
Question 3, Paul Davies.
Diolch, Llywydd. What is the Welsh Government doing to improve education in Pembrokeshire?
Thank you, Paul. Well, I have set out, as Cabinet Secretary, on a number of occasions, the programme of education reforms to improve education across Wales, and of course that does include Pembrokeshire. These include the development of a new curriculum and assessment reform, improved initial teacher education, teachers' professional learning, building leadership capacity and reducing the attainment gap.
I'm grateful to the Cabinet Secretary for her response. Now, you may be aware, Cabinet Secretary, of the Reading Ambassadors scheme, which aims to improve children's reading skills by working closely with cluster primary schools in my constituency. Now, this collaboration has been praised in a recent ERO report, with the Schools Challenge Cymru advisor, Hefina Thomas, saying it had resulted in a direct impact on standards. In light of this, can you tell us what the Welsh Government is doing to promote this activity so that all schools across Pembrokeshire can benefit from this kind of collaboration?
Well, Paul, thank you very much for highlighting that good practice that happens in your area. As you know, because of concerns regarding the standards of education in Pembrokeshire, particularly the inability of Pembrokeshire's high schools to improve their level 2+ attainment rates as quickly as the Welsh average, the regional consortia has recently deployed additional advisory support into the county of Pembrokeshire. Estyn have carried out a case conference in the county of Pembrokeshire to try and impress upon the council and the local education authority the measures that they feel are necessary for the council to take to improve standards. But it is clear such schemes as that, where we can increase pupils' literacy within the primary school sector, bodes well for their ability to access the curriculum later on. And I would hope and expect that the regional consortia are learning from good practice and utilising the resources that they have from Education Improvement Grant to ensure that where programmes are successful, that they are replicated.
Simon Thomas.
Diolch, Llywydd. Wel, tua 5 mlynedd yn ôl, oedd addysg yn Sir Benfro mewn cyflwr cynwaithiad, oedd rhaid i'r Llywodraeth gyfu tîm arbenigol I mewn, wrth gwrs, I achub y cam a'r cyfle yn fyna. Ers hynny, mae addysg yn Sir Benfro wedi gwella, nawr bod y sir tua canol y restr o siroedd o ran cyflawniad addysgiadol. Byddwn ni'n tybio bod lle I wella o hyd, ac mae'r anghytuno sydd wedi bod yn ddiweddar dros y 6 dosbarth yn Sir Benfro hefyd yn awgrymu nad oedd y Cyngor Sir wedi dal I afael cystal y dylsyn nhw fod ar gynnydd yn addysg yn y sir yma. Gyda'r ffaith bod newid arweinyddiaeth posib yn Sir Benfro hyn y bryd, ydy'r ysgrifennydd Cabinet yn bwriadu fynd I cyswllt ar Cyngor Sir I wneud yn siŵr bod y peth cynnydd ni wedi gweld yn ystod y 4 blynedd diwethaf yn parhau ac bod disgyblion yn Sir Benfro yn gallu disgwyl i'w Cyngor Sir nhw I gafio ymlaen gyda'r llwybr o sefyllfa gwael lle oedd nhw 5 mlynedd yn ôl I rhywbeth llawer mwy llawn elw ar gyfer y disgyblion hynny.
Thank you, Simon. It is true to say that the Level 2 Plus inclusive in Pembrokeshire has improved from 51% in 2011 to just over 59% in 2016. And this is an improvement in attainment of 8.3% since 2011, but it is not where you or I would want Pembrokeshire to be. You're quite right, it is the primary responsibility of the new administration to get to grips with their school improvement plans, school organisation plans, to drive standards up further. As I've said in answer to Paul Davis, the regional consortia, because of concerns about Pembrokeshire, have deployed additional support to the county. And I can assure you, I will be meeting with the portfolio holder and the Director of Education in Pembrokeshire, as I do regularly with all portfolio holders and Directors of Education, to impress upon them the need to make progress.
Cwestiwn 4, David Rees.
What is the Welsh Government doing to promote the strengths of vocational education amongst 14 to 16-year-olds?
The Welsh Government places great value in vocational qualifications being made available for 14 to 16-year-olds. Through the Learning and Skills Wales measure, all learners are offered at least 3 vocational qualifications at Key Stage 4 in local curriculum offers.
Well, thank you for that answer, Minister. And it's important that we ensure parity of esteem for vocational qualifications, as for many, that's actually a stronger route for them into further education and into work opportunities. And it allows young people to demonstrate their skills that perhaps the academic route doesn't offer. Now, as such, too many parents and too many young people are still of the view that traditional A level is the only way forward for them. There is a different way, and you highlighted there that you're offering vocational education, but it's about telling them the benefits of that, so they understand what they can gain out of that. Now, vocational qualifications offer routes for many young people into further higher education, into work opportunities, into areas which need the skills and competencies of those individuals. So how are you going to do to actually work with the FE colleges and other institutions to promote the vocational qualifications amongst the 14 and 16-year-olds, so that when they finish their GCSE courses, they actually have good understanding of the opportunities available to them and the pathways that they can take when they leave?
Guys, I absolutely agree with the points made by the member in his question. It's important that all learners have access to a curriculum which best suits their individual learning pathways and which meets their wide range of interests and abilities, and that there is parity of esteem between those choices. Members will be pleased to hear that in this academic year, all schools and FE colleges in Wales have either met or exceeded the local curriculum offer requirements of the 14 to 19 learning pathways. But can I say this in answer to his question? He's absolutely right to identify the issue of how we take forward that sort of training opportunities, skills acquisition and a curriculum for 14 to 16-year-olds. Members may be aware that the Welsh Government is undertaking a pilot to support junior apprenticeships, which is being taken forward in collaboration with Cardiff and Vale College. That started this year, and we're looking at the moment at this pilot. I have to say, I'm minded, and I have asked officials to explore whether or how we can expand and build upon this pilot and move forward with more urgency, so that if the pilot proves to be an effective way of ensuring not just a parity of esteem, but to ensure better qualifications for people at 16, that we can expand it more mainstream as soon as possible.
David Melding.
Minister, vocational education is very important to look after children, and can I welcome the very good news we had today about the number of looked after children achieving level 2 inclusive threshold, which now stands at 23%. That's still 37% behind the peer group, and obviously we've got to get up to as close to the peer group as possible. But it is a 10 percentage point improvement on 2012. And I do hope you'll be able to confirm that the government takes this welcome news as a first step, and also in terms of looking at vocational education and ensuring that progress there matches the ambition that we're now setting for educational attainment in general for looked after children.
Yes, I mean, yeah, we do clearly welcome the improvement, but also we feel impatient that we want to move further and faster. Conversations that I've had with the Cabinet Secretary for Education are focused on how we ensure that attainment gap is closed, and how we ensure that all children, irrespective of their backgrounds, have the appropriate support to enable them to do that. Junior apprenticeships may be one way of achieving that. It's clearly not the only way of achieving that, but certainly we are going to ensure that these opportunities are available available to all learners in all parts of Wales.
Gareth Bennett.
Diolch, Llywydd. There's currently a shortage of skills in the construction industry, so I wondered if the programme of vocational education puts any emphasis on teaching carpentry, bricklaying and any of the other related skills that are needed in that industry.
The junior apprenticeship programme, run in collaboration with Cardiff and Vale College, does study key routes such as construction, automotive, and prepares learners to progress directly onto full apprenticeship programmes once completed at the age of 16.
Cwestiwn 5, Hannah Blythen.
Will the Cabinet Secretary make a statement on the use of digital technologies in Welsh primary schools?
Through the Learning in Digital Wales programme, the Welsh Government provides a range of centrally funded digital technologies for primary schools. We provide digital schools and resources through Hub and are significantly investing in broadband connectivity. However, schools have delegated control to select the most appropriate digital technologies available for their learners.
Thank you for that answer, Minister. Cornish Park Primary School in Flint in my constituency has been recognised as a digital pioneer school, where the head teacher, Nicola Thomas, has put digital technologies at the centre of their teaching and learning, as has supported pupils to be able to take the lead in this themselves. And pupils have led on projects which include raising awareness of e-safety, with them taking up roles as e-cadets, and they've even held a drop-in session in a local bank to educate customers on how to be safe online. Minister, will you join me in recognising Cornish Park School as an example of best practice and urge other schools across Wales to put digital technology at the centre of their learning?
I very much agree with what the member for Delyn has said. Cornish Community Primary School has made great progress since being named as a digital pioneer school, and has also, of course, was the winner of the Welsh Government's National Digital Learning Awards in e-safety category in 2016. And this, of course, has now been turned into a case study for others to understand and to share that best practice. I think Cornish Park Primary is a great example of what our ambitions are for all schools across Wales, to embed learning, to experience that. And I'm particularly anxious that we do place a focus on e-safety. One of the great advantages of these days, these times, is the expansion of what we're able to do online. But at the same time, we need to ensure that everybody who accesses new services online do so safely.
Russell George.
Minister, I was pleased to receive reports from Ysgol Pont Robert that they're now able to access the Hub digital learning platform after receiving a long-awaited broadband upgrade. However, the evaluation of the Learning in Digital Wales programme, which was published 6 months ago, noted that nearly a third of schools did not register any logins on Hub, and made a series of recommendations for the Welsh Government to improve this, including developing a communications strategy targeted at teachers and parents, and setting targets for the adoption and usage rates of Hub. Are you able to provide an update on the progress which the Welsh Government is making in implementing the recommendations of this report?
I'm sure the member will join everybody in welcoming the fact that we now have achieved the connectivity that he referred to in his question. I think he asked a question on it some months ago, and we've achieved our ambitions on that now. The Cabinet Secretary is talking about how we move one step further and invest even further resources to ensure that schools do have access to fastest broadband speeds available to us. Can I say this in terms of the overall programme that we're following with Hub? It has clearly made an enormous difference for schools and for learners across the whole of Wales, and we want to see this expanded, and we want to see it continuing to drive forward and to provide the opportunity for everybody, all learners across Wales, to access the sorts of information and the sorts of digital skills which are essential in everyday life. We are making progress in terms of delivering on the recommendations that have been made for us, and I will be very happy to update members more fully on that in terms of a written statement in the next few weeks.
Vicky Howells.
Diolch, Llywydd. In order for pupils to make the best use of digital technologies, we need to ensure that teachers are adequately trained in this area. Indeed, staff at Cymru Primary School in my constituency recently made use of BT's free barefoot computing training to do just this. But how can the Welsh Government ensure that all staff in Welsh primary schools gain the right skills to help pupils prepare for the digital age?
I'm very pleased to hear that Cymru Primary is taking advantage of the free barefoot computing resources. Members may wish to know that the Welsh Government has worked closely with BT to review and develop the resources in line with the Welsh curriculum and the digital competence framework. We're also working with BT to promote the volunteer workshops where volunteers will go into Welsh primary schools to teach trainers and to train teachers on how we deliver the barefoot resources. In addition to this, we are investing £500,000 a year in the regional consortia to train schools in using digital technologies with a particular focus on the tools and resources available through the Hub platform. We have also developed a self-assessment tool available, which will shortly be updated to provide for the training needs of schools and teachers, as identified by digital pioneer schools, and the updated tool will enable teachers to assess their skills and confidence in delivering elements of the digital competence framework and to identify their further professional learning needs.
Question 6, Russell George.
Will the Cabinet Secretary make a statement on the proposed changes to school admissions in Powys from September 2017?
Presiding Officer, before answering this question, I would make a statement of interest in that I have a child in the school system in Powys. Powys County Council is the admission authority for community schools in Powys and is therefore responsible for setting admission arrangements and ensuring that these arrangements are properly implemented and applied fairly.
Minister, Kilth, Maithrin and preschool playgroups are already oversubscribed, and there is a real concern that when the new school admissions policy in Powys comes into force in September, the pressure on playgroups will be unsustainable. Can I ask what the Welsh Government is doing to support the additional pressures on these playgroups?
I trust that all those who were members of Powys County Council at the time that decision was taken will be aware of the implications of the decisions that they took. The member will be aware, of course, as a former member of that authority, that that authority is responsible for setting its own admissions codes and the consequences thereof.
Question 7, Rhiannon Pasmo.
Diolch, Llywydd. Will the Cabinet Secretary make a statement on the investment the Welsh Government is making into school buildings in Islwyn?
Sorry. Band A of the 21st Century Schools and Education Programme will see investment of over £56 million in schools in the Cyfili County Borough over the 5-year period ending in 2019. Of this, over £28 million will have been spent in the Islwyn constituency.
Thank you, diolch. Head teacher of Islwyn High School, Tim Williams, has just recently been handed the keys to the £25.5 million worth of new Islwyn High, built on the site of the former Oakdale Colliery. The school has impressive features, modern teaching spaces, state-of-the-art technology workshops, fit-for-purpose science labs and IT suites spread across 3 floors. Cabinet Secretary, what transformative impact will this massive injection of investment from the Welsh Labour Government have on the educational outcomes for future generations of Islwyn children?
Well, Presiding Officer, the member is right. This significant investment has indeed provided the learners at Islwyn High with what is a state-of-the-art school building. The new learning environment provides pupils with the best facilities, affording them the best opportunity to maximise their potential. And for the teachers in the school, it provides the platform for them to drive forward improved educational outcomes. I understand pupils will move into the school at the beginning of July, and I'm looking forward to having the opportunity to see for myself, the difference that that new school building will make to the learning opportunities of that community.
Question 8, Mark Ishore.
How is the Welsh Government supporting learners with healthcare needs?
On the 30th of March, the Welsh Government published revised guidance to support learners with both short-term and long-term healthcare needs. The guidance is statutory for governing bodies of all maintained schools, pupil referral units and local authorities. It sets out our clear expectations about how these learners should be supported.
How do you respond to concern expressed by Diabetes UK and their partners that the guidance, although welcome, doesn't go far enough in clarifying the situation, that although there are several references or statements that result in long-term medical conditions being under the additional learning needs framework, the Welsh Government still doesn't support the amendment of the ALM Bill and Code to reflect this, that the document still doesn't guarantee any support and makes it very clear that the provision of support is voluntary, and that basic requirements, such as having an individual plan in place, are not guaranteed by the guidance.
The member is wrong, of course, in his suggestion that the government will not support any amendments to this bill. We have not reached the stage of consideration of any amendments to this bill at this point. In fact, we haven't reached the end of stage 1 consideration of this bill. I'm being very impressed by the hard work of the committee, ably led by my good friend, the member for Torfaen, who has looked at these matters in great detail. The statutory guidance to which a member refers has been subject to specific scrutiny from this committee. I look forward to hearing what the conclusions of that scrutiny are, and I will certainly respond to the committee's report on this matter, and I'm very open to giving full and due consideration to all suggestions and proposals that will come from the committee at the appropriate stage, stage 2, when we reach that stage in June.
Ac yn ola cwestiwn 9, Lloyd.
Diolch yn fawr, Llywydd. Am wnaeth ysgrifennydd y Cabinet ddarganiad am addysgu hanes yn ysgolion Cymru?
Diolch, Dai. History is a compulsory national curriculum subject for all learners at Key Stage 2 and 3. History will be included in the humanities area of learning and experience of the new curriculum, and this will give us a new opportunity to ensure that the history platform will have an enhanced Welsh dimension and an international perspective.
Diolch am yr ateb yna. Wir i ddweud, mae llawer o bobl yn pryderu ynglyn â dysgu hanes Cymru yn ein hysgolion yn dilyn ymlaen o adroddiadau beirniadol yn y maes hwn. Mae angen sôn am Aneurin a Taliesin, Gwenllian yn 1136, Llywelyn ein Lliw Olaf, Owain Glyndŵr, Esgob William Morgan, Williams Patrick Helen, Terfysg Merthyr, Terfysg Rebecca, Brad y Llyfrau Gleision, y Welsh Not, ac yn y blaen. Pa obaith diwygio cwricwlwm hanes ein plant I adlewyrchu hanes eu cenedl eu hunan?
Well, as I said, the curriculum reform, which I was urged earlier by your colleague to stop and slow down and pause on, gives us this new opportunity to enhance the ability to teach Welsh children about their history. As I said, the Welsh dimension in both the current and the new curriculum is an important and prominent part of the education system. And Dr Ellen Jones's report, the Curriculum Cymraeg, History and the Stories of Wales, was taken forward and was considered as part of Professor Donaldson's review in Successful Futures, and will form an important part of the consideration as the area of learning and experiences are developed. But let me be absolutely clear, there are many, many opportunities within the current curriculum for children to learn about their communities and the effect on international events, on how their communities were affected and changed. I know that often there is concern about the content of Welsh history in the GCSE examination, and often people express concerns that the papers are about American history, about European history, about the First and Second World War. You will be aware that the new history GCSE will be ready for teaching in September of this year, and again there are enhanced opportunities for students to spend more of their time considering their own history and the impact of important international events on that.
Diolch i'r ysgrifennydd Cabinet. Yr eitem nesaf yw'r cwestiynau'r Cwnsler Cyffredinol, ac mae'r cwestiwn cyntaf gan Dawn Bowden.
Diolch, Llywydd. Will the Council General give an assessment of the impact of employment tribunal fees on access to justice in Wales?
The Welsh Government is concerned that for many people the cost of bringing employment-related claims is now prohibitively expensive and denies them access to justice.
Thank you, Council General. I'm sure you're aware that recent figures indicate that there's been an 81% decrease in the number of employment tribunal claims lodged since the UK Government introduced fees in 2013. Unison is currently challenging these fees in the Supreme Court. Do you agree with me, Council General, that such fees ranging from £160 to £950, with discrimination claims attracting the highest level of fees, mean that ordinary people are effectively being priced out of justice, and that this disproportionately penalises women, low-paid, ethnic minority, LGBT and disabled employees, and is yet a further example of Tory attacks on working people?
Well, You make some very good points. The UK Government's own review of the introduction of fees in employment tribunals was published in January. And that does indeed highlight a number of very concerning areas. Firstly is obviously the very stark and substantial fall that there has been in the volume of claims, 80% reduction in claims to tribunals since the introduction of fees. The government's own evidence is also that some people who are unable to resolve their disputes through conciliation nevertheless did not bring a claim to the employment tribunals because they said they could not afford the fee despite any financial support that was available. And equally, the assessment under the public sector equality duty that has been made by the UK Government of the impact of fees is that it has had a significant impact on discrimination cases and discrimination area. And the Supreme Court reference itself, and we're waiting the judgment in that particular case, just highlights that substantial fees ranging from £390 to £1,600 to go to the Employment Appeal Tribunal, and that following that, official statistics show a dramatic reduction in claims brought to around by about 80%. The Welsh Government has made its own representations in the consultations, which basically makes the point very clearly that we do not think there should be fees at all, and certainly there should not be any fees that deny access to justice, and certainly in this area there clearly is a significant denial of justice to working people within Wales.
Michelle Brown.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. If I can just make a point about what Dawn said, fees are higher in some cases than Dawn Bowden suggested. It now costs around £1,250 for an unfair dismissal claim. Claimants are able to apply for remission of fees, but many people will need assistance doing so. Many people will also need help with issuing the claim and conducting it. The Citizens Advice Bureau has long been a source of free advice and guidance, not only on employment matters, but on other issues. But I note how stretched that service has become. How would you propose to support the CAB in Wales?
Well, the Welsh Government supports the CAB by actually funding advice and support through various advice agencies. Of course, the most effective way of gaining support in occupational matters is by actually belonging to a trade union. And of course, the UK Government seems to spend most of its time looking at legislation which actually inhibits and restricts the actual role and the operation of trade unions. And I have to say that this area of work has never been properly recognised by the UK Government and by the Conservative Party.
Question 2, Mike Hedges.
What is the Council-General's assessment of the implication for the Welsh Justice of the report by the Justice Council on increasing judicial diversity?
The recommendations relating to the personal development and career progression of lower-ranking judges and tribunal members could have a positive impact on career opportunities for the Welsh tribunal judiciary.
Can I thank the Council-General for that response? The report concludes that a purely organic approach to increasing diversity means that change is happening far too slowly and calls for systematic and structural changes to promote change. Does the Council-General agree, and what discussions has he had in respect of how the Welsh Government can contribute to the change process, and is not a huge improvement if a public school man is replaced by a public school woman? We want real diversity.
Well, thank you for that supplementary question. And of course, you raised some of the points that were very much raised in the Justice report, which effectively said that senior judiciary is dominated by privately educated white men and may need targets with teeth to improve diversity on the bench. There is, of course, a significant process of change underway at the moment. And the study by the Reform Group Justice, which the members referred to, is in fact very highly critical of the slow progress that's been made, as in fact have senior members of the judiciary themselves. So we wait to see the outcome of those considerations. But they are described very much the failure to ensure that the judiciary reflects the UK's ethnic, gender and social composition has become a serious constitutional issue. We are very alert to these issues in respect that part of the judiciary that comes within the responsibility of Welsh Government. and in representations that we make very clearly the points in respect of diversity, and we also make the point very strongly as well that it is vital there is Welsh representation in the High Courts by judges with a knowledge and understanding of devolution and the law as it applies to Wales. So those two aspects are very much within Welsh Government consideration in any opportunity there is to promote that increased diversity that we all want to see.
Question 3, Jeremy Miles.
What assessment has the Council General made of whether the Assembly has legislative competence to ban the use of zero-hours contracts in Wales?
Well, members will know that my advice is legally privileged. Proposals to legislate for zero-hours contracts would require detailed analysis of legislative competence, having regard to the particular factual circumstances and context.
I thank him for that answer. Exploitative employment conditions are a major scourge of the modern economy, and finding a way to outlaw exploitative employment is an absolute priority for us on these benches. And I welcome commitments by the UK Labour Party to use reserve powers in Westminster to ban exploitative employment across the UK. Given his answer about the competence of this place, what does he make of attempts by Plaid Cymru to attach amendments to other legislation which cannot genuinely tackle this blight, puts that legislation at risk, even if it secures a good headline for Plaid?
Well, I don't believe it's my purpose to comment on proposals that are made by particular individuals or by political parties. What I would say is this. Welsh Government has been very alert to the whole issue of conditions within employment and has raised on a number of occasions the issues of the way in which procurement can be used. We've already seen work that has been gone on by Welsh Government in respect of blacklisting. We've had obviously the discussion on the principles with regard to the Trade Union Act, and of course there's very considerable work that was undertaken and a significant impact in respect of the Agricultural Wales Act and of course the impact of that particular judgment. The Code of Practice on Ethical Employment in Supply Chains has been launched by the Cabinet Secretary for Finance and Local Government earlier this year. It is a voluntary code, but all organisations that receive funding from the Welsh Government are expected to sign up to it, and it provides that zero-hours contracts are not to be used unfairly. The Public Service Staff Commission has produced guidance about the use of non-guaranteed hours contracts, principles and guidance on the appropriate use of non-guaranteed hours arrangements in devolved public services in Wales. The Welsh Government has also commissioned and published research about the use of zero-hours contracts in devolved Welsh public services and in domiciliary care context. And of course, members will be aware of statements that have been made by ministers in respect of the ongoing work of Welsh Government on the issue of tackling job insecurity, zero-hours contracts and imposed self-employment, and also considerations that are being given specifically to the care sector.
Susie Davis.
Diolch, Llywydd. Well, perhaps to help test that sort of central competence question, Welsh Government can, of course, try and offer advice and guidance, as you just mentioned, Council General. If so, what status does that have in terms of perhaps non-compliance, and how would you view the fact that on my last set of figures, Bridgend County Borough Council, until last week, employed almost 350 staff on zero-hours contracts? Would you think that complies with the sort of mission that you have against unfair use of those contracts?
Well, the Code of Practice on Ethical Employment in Supply Chains is there. It's there for public bodies to take into account now when it comes to consideration of future contracts. And obviously the expectation is that all public bodies will have regard to that particular code. Any further steps that can be taken by Welsh Government will have to ensure that they are actually compliant with the competence that this Assembly actually has. Members will be well aware of the issues that arose in the Agriculture Wales Act, incidentally something which the members' party actually opposed, but which actually gave very clear understanding of the way in which competence is considered under the conferred powers model. And of course we will in due course be changing to a different model, a reserved powers model in the future. But guidance that's issued is voluntary, but you would expect compliance with it. And of course I have no doubt whatsoever that the Minister will want to see a system where it is reviewed in due course in the future.
Gareth Bennett.
Diolch, Llywydd. Thank you for your answers on this subject so far. It's good that there is at least a code of practice that you've drawn up. But the point that Plaid made last week through Adam Price on the 0 hours issue was that you've laid claim to legal competence over the public sector employment area in your putting through the Trade Union Act. So it seems inconsistent with your approach to 0 hours contracts.
Okay, well, there's no inconsistency. Any set of circumstances where there is a piece of legislation or an amendment that is proposed has to be considered in the light of the legislative competence that we actually have. That's the point I made, I think, in my first answer, and that is that we have regard to the particular factual circumstances and context. And in the light of that, the issue of competence is decided upon.
Cwestiwn 4, Lynn Needle.
What assessment has the Council-General made of the legal implications for Wales of the EU Commission's 2008 inquiry into anti-competitive practices by the pharmaceutical industry?
Well, every year, the National Health Services across the UK lose out on millions of pounds due to some pharmaceutical companies breaching European and domestic competition law. We work very closely and effectively with the Department of Health and the other devolved administrations who share our interest in these issues to recover our losses and where there are grounds for legal action.
Thank you, Council-General. It's clear from the scale of recent fines that the Welsh Government is at significant cost risk from some pharmaceutical companies who appear to be working together to fix prices. Does the Council-General believe that this risk will increase as a result of our exit from the EU? And what steps has the Welsh Government taken in order to protect the Welsh NHS post-Brexit?
Well, you raise a very important issue, and in answering that question as fully as I can, I think I need to be very prudent about the legal sensitivities and about the duties of confidentiality owed to the court and to other third parties, which the member will appreciate and which I must respect. So, I suppose in answering your question, I'm not going to make any specific reference to any particular cases that have been brought or settled or identify any individual companies or ongoing legal actions or potential actions of which there are a number. Nevertheless, you raise an issue which is of significant importance and matters of clear public interest where there are clear issues to be resolved as part of the Brexit negotiations. In 2008, as your question points out, the European Commission launched an inquiry to investigate possible anti-competitive conditions in the pharmaceutical sector. The Commission published in its final report in July 2008, the report presents the Commission's detailed findings and proposes ways to improve patients' rapid access to medicines. And the main findings of the report, which are a matter of public record, conclude that it takes too long for generic drugs to reach the market, fewer innovative medicines are reaching the market, and that certain drug company practices contribute to this situation. It is apparent from decisions of the Commission and the Competition and Markets Authority, the CMA, that certain companies within the pharmaceutical sector engage in anti-competitive behaviour which has the potential to cause financial losses to the Welsh Ministers, to the National Health Service in Wales and to the wider NHS in the UK and indeed across Europe. Welsh Government works with the Departments of Health in England, Scotland and Northern Ireland to investigate such cases. Where anti-competitive behaviour causes losses to the Welsh Ministers and the NHS in Wales, appropriate legal action is taken to recover such losses. I can confirm that Welsh Ministers have been successful in a number of cases by achieving settlements. The pan-European nature of this anti-competitive action by parts of the pharmaceutical industry can result in enormous losses. As a matter of public record, the level of some of the fines reflect this. For example, action taken by the European Commission has resulted in fines in one case of €427 million for breaching EU antitrust rules and in other cases abuse of dominant market position. €180 million in another case, in other cases €5.5 million, certainly enormous and significant amounts. The CMA has parallel powers to those of the Commission in tackling anti-competitive behaviour within the UK and can impose its own sanctions. In one case, it imposed a fine of £45 million. The financial impact of this behaviour is potentially enormous and, if not tackled, leads to unnecessary costs to the NHS of tens and hundreds of millions of pounds, of which the NHS bears a share. So it is an area where Welsh Government is very active in conjunction with our counterparts across the UK in the Department of Health and the devolved governments. Of particular concern will be the need for a post-Brexit strategy to ensure that we are not disadvantaged in tackling anti-competitive activity. Notwithstanding the domestic powers of the CMA, at the moment it is unclear whether the ability to rely on the European Commission's investigations and decisions, as we have done in the past, will continue, or how they will continue. To my mind, there is a clear common interest in Wales and the rest of the UK and the European authorities that there is a clear common interest to us in continuing to tackle these complex transnational issues together.
Cwestiwn 5, Simon Thomas.
Pa drafodaethau mae'r Cwnsel Cyffredinol wedi cynnal gyda swyddogion y gyfraith ynghylch datganoli'r gyfundrefn gyfiawnder?
Well, the member will know that this answer is subject to the established Law Officers Convention and that I do not publicly discuss such meetings.
Diolch am yr ateb arferol. Ydy'r Cwnsel Cyffredinol yn digwydd cytuno gyda fi serch hynny bod ar fan o'r gyfundrefn sydd fwy o hawdd i datganoli o fan y gyfraith ac o fan cyfansoddiad hefyd fydda'r heddlu, ac gan fod y prif weinidog wedi ddweud wrth y Siambr ddoe ei fod yntau yn gryf iawn o blaid datganoli heddlu, a gan bod ni yn cynnal dadl o fewn i'w chwarter awr falle ar y mater yma hefyd. Pa camau felly mae Llywodraeth Cymru yn ei gymryd nawr gyda cyngor y Cwnsel Cyffredinol i sicrhau bod y camau cyfansoddiadol yn ei lle i caniatáu hynny ddigwydd?
Well, any constitutional steps with regard to the devolution of policing actually require a change in the law, and it isn't really appropriate for me to step on the toes of the First Minister in his description in these proposals in respect of any policy changes he feels are appropriate. But of course he did make very clear yesterday in this chamber what the Welsh Government's position is with regard to the devolution of policing.
Cwestiwn 6, Simon Thomas.
Llywydd, pa asesiad mae Cwnsel Cyffredinol wedi wneud ynglŷn ag effaith deddfwriaeth Ewropeaidd ym maes llygwydd awyr ar Gymru?
Well, members will again know that my advice is legally privileged and subject to the Law Officers Convention, but I do fully support the Welsh Government commitment to improving air quality across Wales and its various initiatives to tackle air pollution.
Thank the Councillor General for his reply. We did, of course, have a debate about this yesterday on the Public Health Bill, and the Minister confirmed during that debate that the current powers that Welsh ministers have is under Section 80 of the Environment Act 1995. I think there are two problems with this. One is that was initially passed, of course, before devolution, and therefore the powers that Welsh ministers have are administrative devolution powers rather than a devolution of legislation that's taken place. And secondly, as far as I can see, that Environment Act, though it places an obligation on ministers to produce strategies around air pollution, has no obligation to reduce air pollution, in other words, to improve the situation. So you can respond to the, legislation without doing anything about it. And I think that's, obviously, that's 20 years ago, and that's why I'm so keen that we should relook at this. And in particular, with the knowledge that we have that we're withdrawing from the European Union, and we will lose that wider framework of European environmental legislation, does the Council General not think that in his ongoing work of the codification of Welsh legislation, that air pollution is such one area where we need and deserve specific Welsh legislation?
Well, as the member will be aware, the process of codification, if I might deal with the last point, as of course is not about reforming the law, it's about codifying the existing law, and that the issues any reforms or changes need to be made are a totally separate matter, and of course would require a totally different level of consideration, consultation and scrutiny. In terms of the policy matter that the member raises, well, of course, that is a matter for another minister, and it's not appropriate for me to cross into that particular territory. I mean, what I can say, by way, I suppose, of repeating some of the points that have been already made by ministers in this area, is, of course, the Welsh Government is firmly committed to improving air quality across Wales and is tackling air pollution in a number of ways. And, of course, these were outlined yesterday in the debate and are there in the transcript. And, of course, Welsh Government is currently working on improvements to planning policy in Wales in relation to air quality, and that there is a consultation underway. The member, of course, I thought might be referring, of course, to the issue with the nitrogen dioxide issues around, which is clearly an area of concern. And as of last week, the Welsh Government is consulting jointly with other UK administrations, seeking views on a revised plan to reduce levels of nitrogen dioxide around roads within the shortest time possible. I think any other areas are really policy matters that should be referred to the appropriate minister.
Diolch i'r Cwnsler Cyffredinol. Yr eitem nesaf ar yn agenda yw'r cwestiynau amserol, a mae'r cwestiwn cyntaf gan Simon Thomas.
Pa asesiad mae Llywodraeth Cymru wedi wneud o ddyfaniad llys cyfiawnder Ewrop ynghylch torri rheolau dŵr glân yng Nghymru, gan gynnwys ynghylfach Tywyn, Gell a Nelli?
We acknowledge the ruling. We will continue to work with Natural Resources Wales and Dŵr Cymru Welsh Water on a £130 million programme for Llanelli and Gowerton to reduce the number of spills, improve water quality and reduce the risk of local flooding by 2020.
I thank the Minister for stepping in the breach once again and responding on behalf of the Minister for the Cabinet Secretary for Environment. I think the best response to this decision of the European Court of Justice may be how dare the EU tell us we can't bathe in our own sewage. Because that's what it boils down to. It's taken the EU Court of Justice to tell the UK Government that the 3,000 overflow pipes that we have in Wales still today that can discharge sewage direct into our water when we have heavy rain, and heavy rain does happen in Wales. It might not have happened quite recently, but it does happen in Wales. And the 14 overflow pipes specifically at Bury Inlet do break EU law and are actually polluting our bathing water and the habitat as well for tens of thousands of wild birds, for example, around the salt marshes at Bury Port. The cockling industry particularly has always felt that the pollution at Bury Inlet is affecting cockle death. That's not been proven, but there's a strong correlation between these events and the death of that industry and the economic effect and traditional sort of effect on lifestyles in parts of the inlet and the estuary. Now, specifically, I've seen Welsh Water's Rainscape project in Llanelli and Bury Port. There are improvements going on there. I welcome very much what they're trying to do. But the UK argument, which it lost in the European Court of Justice, was that these improvements were good enough for the year 2020. So I want to know, does the Welsh Government also think that it's good enough to improve by 2020? Because the European Court of Justice thinks we should do it more quickly. And since the European Court of Justice does think we should do it more quickly, what specifically now is the Welsh Government doing to ensure that we don't have dirty bathing water and dirty habitat water anymore in Wales?
I thank Simon Thomas for the question, and in response to those specific points, the Welsh Government has been working with Natural Resources Wales and Dŵr Cymru Welsh Water to develop and implement a programme of work to reduce the number of spills, further improve water quality and reduce the risk of local flooding by the end of 2020. I've obviously mentioned the £113 million investment. And it is important that to report again today how closely engagement with local residents, local businesses, as well as elected representatives have been in the area, working hard to minimise disruption to residents, which of course will, as a result of the investment of the funding. But of course the age of the current infrastructure system in the local area is clearly has to be addressed. I think it is important to recognise that the Urban Wastewater Treatment Directive was adopted back in 1991, vital in terms of the steer towards assessing quality. It's implemented and enforced principally now through devolved matters, and that those concerns were raised by representatives of the cocklers and local councillors and various parties in Llanelli and Gower about water quality, and therefore clearly this ruling in terms of the court on 4th of May. There has to be a very clear and robust response.
Lee Waters.
Diolch, Llywydd. Minister, it's now been 12 years since the cocklers of the Bury Inlet have reported significant die-offs of shellfish, and we still don't know the cause of these deaths. We do know, however, of its economic impact. An export industry has been devastated, and local cocklers are now struggling to make even a basic living. 6 years ago, courts found against Welsh Water, and now they found again against the UK government. Would the government look again at this and consider helping this devastated local industry as it has helped other industries?
I thank Lee Waters for that question, and clearly the importance of understanding and identifying the reasons why there has been that increased cockle mortality is vital. And in fact, the Welsh Government commissioned research into this. As you will be aware, findings did show water quality in the area was unlikely to be the cause of problems experienced by the cockle industry, but engagement with the cockle industry, the cocklers themselves and their representatives, and, as I said, local elected representatives and business has been vital in addressing this and making sure that action is taken. I think it's also important to recognise that Llawn Cymru Welsh Water undertook monitoring and developed a programme of works to reduce the number of spills. I've already mentioned this. For example, the wastewater treatment storm tank assets in Llanelli and Gowerton, which you will be aware of, spills occurred much more frequently, and whilst they conform to UK's current urban wastewater treatment directive implementation, they were in excess of what the Commission would consider to be acceptable under the Commission. So I think, again, I hope that the evidence of engagement locally, the action taken, the investment by 2020, Rainscape, of course, ensuring that this can be addressed, will reassure those in the community and the businesses, and particularly in terms of the cocklers, and enable, of course, the water quality to be improved and the risk of flooding to be reduced.
Susie Davis.
Diolch, Llywydd. Well, I agree that it's very disappointing that these breaches have taken place and that there's been a second court ruling now on exactly the same issue. And NRW may well be right that the resolution of the problem is difficult. But bearing in mind it's not just breaches of the law that we're talking about, but serious changes to the ecology of this area, I don't think that it's particularly appropriate to pin, so to say, all the blame on NRW and Welsh Water in this. Now, Welsh Water, of course, does insist that the breach isn't the cause of cockle deaths that have already been raised here, and it may well be the case, but it has been 5 years since that parasitology report that you've referred to obliquely, Leader of the House. And that report didn't talk necessarily straightforwardly about water quality, but said that, that parasites weren't the sole reason for any mortalities. So we're talking about 5 years ago. Since that time, NRW has kept what it's called an overview of the science. There's a plethora of research initiatives, either at application or final bid stage. So in short, it strikes me that since 2012, it doesn't seem there's been an awful lot of intervention trying to maintain what is well, potentially still a profitable local industry, and obviously one of local cultural significance as well. Would it be fair for me to say that perhaps the focus on infrastructure that you've referred to in some of your answers today has been at the expense of scientific research which could have solved the problem regarding the cockles? Thank you.
I think in terms of looking at the not only outcome of the research, but then that which had an impact on the works that were to be undertaken, the £113 million investment, I would say that this consists largely of environmentally friendly, sustainable drainage techniques that improve the quality of the local environment and reduce the risk of flooding locally in terms of those works. And also to say that despite the ruling by the court on the 4th of May, the quality of the shellfish water in the area has consistently met statutory standards since 2000. But I think the importance of the response now in terms of addressing this issue, as laid down by the court, is of a priority not only to to Welsh Water, but also to the Welsh Government, and NRW will be monitoring that.
Diolch i'r arweinydd y tŷ. Y cwestiwn nesaf gan Lly'r Griffith.
Diolch Llywydd. Beth yw asesiad Llywodraeth Cymru o effaith y diswyddiadau posib ym Mhrifysgol Aberystwyth?
Diolch Llyr. Universities in Wales are autonomous bodies. As such, responsibility for staffing matters rests solely with Aberystwyth University. The Welsh Government has no locus in this matter. But of course, I understand that the university is in discussions with members of staff and the trade unions about proposals for review of its staffing structures.
Wel ie, diolch i chi am eich ateb. Mae'r Brifysgol wrth gwrs wedi cyfeirio at y gystadleuaeth am fyfyrwyr gostyngiad o 8% yng ngheisiadau astudio yng Nghymru a Brexit ymhlith ffactorau eraill sydd yn dylanwadu ar y sefyllfa maen nhw'n ffindio hunain ynddo fe. Ond y pwynt pwysig i fi fan hyn wrth gwrs yw nid un achos sydd gyda ni, ond wrth gwrs i ni wedi clywed yn yr wythnosau diwetha am Brifysgol De Cymru yn sôn am lehau staffio rhyw 4.6%, Prifysgol Dryndod Dewi Sant yn sôn am doriadau hyd at 10%, a nhwythau hefyd yn cyfeirio at nifer o'r un ffactorau. Nawr, mae cynrychiolwyr Undeb Unsain wedi dweud bod rhaid i'r Llywodraeth ystyried pecyn o opsiynau ymyrryd yn y sefyllfa yma mwyn amddiffyn swyddi'r gweithwyr heng flaen. Gai ofyn, ydy'r ysgrifennydd Cabinet dros addysg felly yn cyfaddau nawr bod ganddo ni argyfwng yn y sector addysg uwch o safbwynt ariannu a staffio, ac bod diwygiadau diamond wrth gwrs yn mynd rhagddyn nhw, bod angen i'r Llywodraeth ymyrryd arfyrder cyn i'r sefyllfa yma weithiogi ymhellach.
Thank you, Claire. As I've said, all universities, including Aberystwyth and the other institutions that you have mentioned, are autonomous bodies. And therefore, we do not have, as I've said previous, locus in this area. I am aware that the higher education sector in Wales is facing a number of challenges, not least in some institutions, a failure to meet their recruitment targets for students. And of course, you mentioned Brexit, which is posing a significant challenge to the HE sector. As a government, we moved very quickly to try and reassure international students, both from within the European Union and out of the European Union, that they are very welcome to study here in Wales. We continue to make swift decisions about the availability of financial packages for European students to be able to study here in Wales. I have set up a working group that looks specifically at what we can do to support the HE sector as we move through Brexit negotiations, and the HE sector is also represented of the First Minister's group. I continue to make representations to the previous Westminster government about a range of measures it could take to assist us in this area. It is a disgrace that neither Wales nor Scotland's administration were consulted with regards to the issue of a pilot post-study work visa scheme. We would have benefited from that in Wales, as would colleagues in Scotland, and I would be very keen for the UK government to look again at that issue. It's also very clear to me that we need to exclude foreign students as part of the government's continued obsession with immigration figures. We have a higher education sector here in Wales which is strong enough and good enough to sell to the world. They are beacons of excellence, and we need an immigration regime developed by the UK government that does not make it harder for international students to avail themselves of the opportunities that we have in our universities and colleges here in Wales. I understand that HEFCU, as the sponsoring body and the funding body for higher education, continues to be in close touch with Aberystwyth University, indeed all our universities.
Diolch Llywydd, and I thank Llywydd for raising this and topical questions. And it's part of the issues around this were discussed at our cross-party group on universities back on the 1st of February, and that's what I want to focus on for the moment, because the Cabinet Secretary is right. We do have a world-class offer here, but something is going wrong, and I just want to touch on this briefly. We know that in Wales, our education exports to international students is worth around 530 million, 4% of Welsh exports in its entirety, that our international students currently are supporting over 7,500 jobs at Welsh universities, but also around Wales, not in the university themselves. But we have had a drop of 26% in non-EU students at Welsh universities since 2013-14 intake, and this is compared to 4% decrease in UK overall, and the Russell Group and Scotland University. So we have a particular issue, and this is despite a world-class offer in Welsh universities, and this is despite the fact that the cost of living and tuition fees here in Wales is much more affordable. But we do know, and the Cabinet Secretary is right, international studies now are showing that the UK is now regarded as the least affordable place to study for undergraduates and graduates when compared to New Zealand, Australia, Canada and USA. We've got to do a lot more in marketing. So can I ask the Cabinet Secretary, what can we do to market the Welsh university sector better, have a more welcoming immigration and visa policy offer, and boost the recruitment of international students? It's not the sole way we turn this round, but it's an important way that we meet those challenges and turn around this and boost the number of international students.
Thank you, Hugh. As you say, it's not the only issue that we need to consider, but it is an important one. Just prior to Christmas, I hosted a quadrilateral meeting of UK ministers who have responsibility in this area and repeated all the points I've just made to Llywyd Griffiths to Joe Johnson, the then Minister with responsibility for higher education. Who knows whether he will retain that position after the elections in June. I believe that Joe Johnson understands exactly the kind of immigration system that the UK government needs to put in place to support the higher education sector, both in Wales and beyond Wales. Unfortunately, he is battling with a Home Office that doesn't share that understanding and share that ambition. But you're right. We cannot simply wring our hands and blame it on other people. We must get up off our knees and do what we can to support the sector ourselves. That's why I am very keen to discuss with my Cabinet colleague, the Minister for the Economy, for instance, when his department are on trade missions across the world, then education should be a part of that. As you've rightly said, we have a strong offer here in many areas, but we shouldn't just be talking to foreign countries about our manufacturing offer or indeed our airport, but we should also be talking to them about our strong HE base that we have here, and I'm sure that we can make progress on this area.
Simon Thomas.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Of course, the Cabinet Secretary is right. She's not responsible for staffing matters. However, she is primarily responsible for the fiscal framework in which Welsh universities operate. Her party was responsible for trebling tuition fees 5 years ago. That had a real effect in Aberystwyth University. Significantly fewer English students now attend Aberystwyth University, not because the universities got any worse, but because the English universities, under the trebling tuition fee system, are now chasing themselves for English students, particularly the ones from more deprived backgrounds, and there are attractive incentives for them to study in England with the money in the English education system. She has a proposal before her, of course, in the Diamond Review to try and, I hope, repatriate some of the money that we currently send over our border back into the university system, but that will not come on stream for at least 2 years and even in full in about 5 years. And Aberystwyth University proposing cuts over the next 2 years. It's this actual gap between where we are today and where we could be under Diamond that is the problem for a university like Aberystwyth and the other universities that have announced similar cuts over the last few weeks. She complains about the visas. She's right to complain about them. We've all complained about them. But again, 5 years in her party in government for 5 years, Vince Cable and Clegg did not change the visa regime in those 5 years. So I think there's a lot of hand-wringing going on here this afternoon, but it's a real university facing real problems and over 100 people facing possible redundancies. What's needed from the Welsh Government is a clear signal of sustainability going forward. We have Diamond coming on stream, but it's not in effect yet. What are you going to do over the next 2 years to ensure there's sustainability in the HE sector in Wales, and specifically whether there's support for Aberystwyth University to ensure it does not slip down the rankings or does not lose its ability to compete in the HE market?
Could I inform the member that latest forecasts show that in 2015-2016, £50 million more funding came into the Welsh HE system that went in tuition fee grants to institutions outside of Wales. Now, our diamond reforms will help secure the future stability and the sustainability of the sector here in Wales. And my remit letter to HEFCW confirmed that I fully expect future financial settlements for HEFCW to increase in each financial year for the lifetime of this government. I'm surprised that Simon Thomas has taken this very serious situation for the people working in Aberystwyth to turn it into political point scoring. I would remind the member that there are people's livelihoods at risk here, which are very serious. And if we are to make it political, I would remind the member that he, on many occasions, stands there in his seat and urges the Welsh Government to disinvest in HE and invest in FE itself. And I have never heard this member ask in his budget negotiations for more money for the HE sector.
Datganiadau 90 eiliad yw'r eitem nesaf ar yr agenda. Jane Bryant.
Llywydd. This Friday marks International Nurses Day, an annual celebration of the tireless work and dedication of nurses across the world. This year, the theme is Nursing Heroes. While we can all name nurses past and present who are heroes, I'll be joining nurses from an Iron Bevan Health Board to talk about a truly amazing woman, Annie Brewer. Annie was born in 1874 in Newport. Qualifying as a nurse in 1899, she was travelling through France at the outbreak of World War I. During the war, Annie worked on the front line, treating hundreds of soldiers, often in the midst of battle. In 1917, Annie's ambulance came under shell fire and she was wounded while trying to bring injured soldiers back to base. Despite the danger she was in, Annie put her own life at risk to care for the wounded. During the Battle of Verdun, 9 operations in 7 days. That's 1 every 45 minutes. For her courage and personal sacrifice, Annie was awarded one of the highest gallantry medals a French government can be bestowed. It was said that Annie gave a magnificent example of coolness and absolute disregard for danger, lavishing her care on the wounded under enemy fire. Annie returned to Newport after the war to care for her own mother, but died shortly after. This astounding courage and compassion is the mark of a remarkable person, someone we must remember, and a perfect example of a nursing hero.
Davies.
Diolch, Llywydd. I refer members to my register of interest and my honorary role as Vice President of Ramblers Cymru. Last weekend, as if we hadn't all done enough walking during the local elections, I and Susie Davis AM attended the Ramblers Cymru Big Welsh Walk, also known as the Hinterland Challenge, located as it was near Devil's Bridge. Using as our base the lovely Tinrhyd retreat, an exemplar of rural diversification, ramblers from all around the UK set off on walks of different lengths, from 2 miles to a more strenuous 15 miles, uphill and down dale, across the most glorious moorland and heathland, crags and wooded valleys, and gentle lowland pastureland with rivers glistening in the sunshine. But before I come over too poetical, let me also be practical. The walks also demonstrated the incredible work of Ramblers Cymru volunteers, working with landowners and local authorities to maintain existing rights-of-way and even to create new walking routes. It demonstrated the benefits of tourism and the local economy of being a walker-friendly town and county, connecting people to the places in which they live, introducing people to places they would not otherwise have seen. And it demonstrated the clear health and well-being benefits of something as simple as regular walking. And as Ramblers Cymru states, by joining up communities, connecting people to their local landscapes, unveiling new places to discover and continuing to maintain our world-class network of paths, we can make Wales the best walking country in the world, not just for us, but for future generations to come. That ambition is surely worth stepping out for.
That landscape sounded very much like Ceredigion to me. Yr eitem nesaf ar yn agenda ni yw'r ddadl gan aelodau unigol o dan reol sefydlog 11.214 ar ddatganoli Plismona. A dwi'n galw ar Steffan Lewis i wneud y cynnig.
Diolch, Llywydd. I'm pleased to move the motion today with colleagues Mike Hedges, Sian Gwenllian and Julie Morgan. Our motion is in three parts. Firstly, noting that policing is devolved to the other two devolved nations of the UK. Secondly, calling for the devolution to Wales of policing, the only nation where it is not devolved. And thirdly, expressing the view that certain specialist areas of policing are best coordinated at a UK level. The anomaly of Wales is, of course, further confused by the fact that with the election of their first metropolitan mayor, powers over policing have now been devolved to Manchester. Yet the devolution of policing to Wales remains frustratingly stalled. Despite wide-reaching consensus in this Senedd, Westminster has no plans to transfer powers over policing to Wales. It was disappointing not to see its inclusion in either the 2014 or 2017 Wales Acts, despite being a recommendation of the cross-party Silk Commission all those years ago. Two legislative opportunities to act have been and gone, and no progress has been made. This is not just a point, though, of constitutional principle. It makes perfect sense for decisions about all our emergency services to be made at the national level. Currently, policing is the only emergency service not to be devolved. Yet modern policing involves considerable overlap between public services and other devolved areas of responsibility. And the police, of course, already have to work closely alongside colleagues in health and education. While our public services often work very well together, there is evidence that cooperation could be improved even further if powers to make the strategic decisions were held here in this country. Today's cross-party motion sets out a sensible approach to devolution of policing. For most people, what matters, of course, is the police services that they are most likely to come into contact with day to day. What people want is community policing. Not just that traditional idea of the Bobby on the beat, but a police service that is equipped with local intelligence and the ability to respond to the needs of the communities that they represent. The budget for community policing is no longer ring-fenced, and although forces must guarantee a minimum level of neighbourhood policing, how this is actually delivered varies hugely from force to force. Where once each ward had a ward officer responsible for building relationships with communities and growing trust in the local area, I think many people feel as though that connection is being lost, and with it effective intelligence-led community policing. The most recent State of Policing report by Her Majesty's Inspectorate of Constabulary highlights their concern that neighbourhood policing is being eroded. But with police forces experiencing government funding cuts of 22% on average between 2010 and 15, and many still seeing their operational budgets continue to shrink, forces have had to respond by cutting workforces. HMIC's report found that some forces have struggled to respond to reductions in the level of resources available to them. Poorly planned, short-term reactions to immediate budget pressures are putting vulnerable people at serious risk of harm in some forces, and a large number of crimes are being effectively written off rather than finding a satisfactory conclusion for the victim and the community. From a policy perspective, devolution of policing to Wales would provide the ability to prioritise community policing and embed that principle across the entire devolved Welsh public sector. And there would be a financial benefit too to meet that policy aspiration. By Plaid Cymru's calculations, if Wales were treated as a policing entity with parity with the other devolved countries, Welsh police forces would be more than £25 million a year better off, as Barnet would apply. If the Barnet formula was used to fund our forces in line with population, it would result in a significant increase in their budgets. As noted in the motion, there are elements of specialist policing, such as counter-terrorism, where UK-wide coordination makes perfect sense. On these matters, where there is often an international element, it is usually statewide bodies that lead and coordinate, especially when they relate to the work of the security and intelligence services. One can think of the FBI in the United States or the Bundespolizei in Germany, for example. With any emergency service, there's always a need to ensure collaboration across national borders, of course. Indeed, that is already the case with the ambulance service and the fire and rescue services between Wales and England. In terms of policing, mutual aid has existed for a considerable time and would of course apply if and when policing were devolved to Wales. In these islands, mutual assistance is enshrined in relations between the different jurisdictions already. And in Ireland, where there is in effect an international frontier, the Criminal Law Act 1975 in Northern Ireland and the Criminal Law Jurisdiction Act 1976 in the Republic allows for each jurisdiction the ability to treat and deal with a specific range of offences committed in the other's jurisdiction as if it had occurred in their own. To conclude, Llywydd, devolution of policing is desirable from a policy and coordination perspective in terms of restoring community policing and greater collaboration across public services. Devolution of policing is in Wales's financial interest, where a devolution dividend would allow us to invest more in making our communities safer. Devolution of policing is operationally sound, as almost any other state in the world proves, and is evident already in the different policing jurisdictions in these islands. An affirmative vote from this Assembly today will provide a clear demand to the next UK Government to address this unnecessary anomaly.
Mark Assured.
Well, as this motion states, specialist policing matters such as counter-terrorism are best coordinated at a UK level. However, its call for the devolution of policing for Wales defies reality. Policing is a devolved matter in Scotland and Northern Ireland. For reasons of geography and history, the situation in Northern Ireland is entirely different. Prior to the introduction of direct rule in 1972, the old Stormont Parliament had responsibility for policing and justice in Northern Ireland, and successive UK governments retained a commitment to re-devolve policing and justice when circumstances were right to do so. 48% of people in Wales live within 25 miles of the border with England and 90% within 50 miles. In contrast, only 5% of the combined population of Scotland and England lives within 50 miles of the border between those countries. I'll take one intervention.
I thank the member for giving way. As I referred to in my contribution, there is a porous border between the Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland, and the mutual assistance agreements have worked there, even at times when policing hasn't been devolved to Northern Ireland. So would he at least recognise that porous borders, or any borders for that matter, are not a barrier for better devolved community policing?
Unfortunately, Welsh Government since 1999 has had a record for building rather than removing barriers cross-border. Most people in Wales live along the M4 and A55 corridors, separated by a vast rural area and have very different policing requirements. Policing interdependence between North East Wales and North West England is illustrated by the fact that this is the only part of the UK with a connecting urban area divided by a national boundary. My own contacts in both North Wales Police and North Wales Police Federation have repeatedly told me that they have a closer affiliation with North West England and the rest of Wales, and that there is a lack of competence in Welsh Government to handle the devolution of policing. No time. They expressed concern to me this week that Welsh Government control of policing budgets would see funding filtered south, and stated they would like to know whether there is a desire in Welsh Government to merge the police forces in Wales, a proposal that was killed several years ago. As they stated, the geography and current calibrations with various English forces makes the concept of an all-Wales police force very difficult, adding to force such a move to satisfy the egos of certain politicians should be carefully monitored. I'm quoting. In their January briefing to North Wales AMs and MPs, North Wales Police told us that their operational collaboration with the Merseyside and Cheshire forces was increasing in areas including firearms, intelligence, custody, property and forensics. When the Assembly's Social Justice and Regeneration Committee reviewed the structure of policing in 2005, our report noted that criminal activity does not recognise national or regional boundaries and that cross-border partnerships must reflect operational reality. The work of the Assembly Subcommittee, considering the then proposed Welsh Police merger, of which I was a member, led to police mergers being aborted across England and Wales. As I said in the February 2006 debate on this, the police authorities told us that the additional all-Wales annual cost of reorganisation will be up to £57 million, with the Chief Constable stating that it would be even more. Our subsequent work confirmed that the Chief Constables were correct. Although Labour's general election campaign in Wales has stated that Labour's 2017 manifesto... Are
you taking an intervention from the Cabinet?
It depends whether you'd allow me enough time at the end or not if I give another intervention.
Why not? I'm in a good mood.
Thank you, Mark, for taking the intervention. I'm intrigued by your contribution because I've received a letter on the 5th of September from all of the police constables in Wales, the All Wales Policing Group, saying that indeed they agreed a joint statement which supports the devolution of policing to Wales. Where do you get your information from, Mark?
I will not identify individuals because those individuals could be held to account by ministers. The information I receive is accurate, it comes directly from the relevant persons, but I'm not going to identify who those persons are. What they say in private is very different to what they're prepared to say in public to the likes of you. Although Labour's general election campaign chairman in Wales has said that Labour's 2017 manifesto would give Welsh ministers a bigger role in policing, he also denied that Labour's Shadow Home Secretary Diana Abbott had got her facts wrong when she said, "We don't think it's right at this time to devolve policing, but this is something there's constant discussion about inside the Labour Party." In 2013, Labour's Shadow Police Minister and former Police Minister David Hanson warned that devolving control to the police would be a major step with many challenges and that reducing crime was more important than deciding which government manages the police. New figures from Cardiff University show the number of people injured in serious violence dropped by 10% last year and by 40% since 2010. Policing has already been devolved to police and crime commissioners, empowering local communities to have their say on policing priorities and hold an elected representative to account. The call for devolution of policing by Labour and the separatists is a blatant power grab which will deliver the opposite of real devolution. This First Minister refers to the devolution of policing to Manchester as a model for Wales. But those are only the powers of police and crime commissioners, and we already have devolution to them in Wales. What he's therefore actually talking about is taking yet more powers from the regions of Wales and centralising these in Cardiff, giving themselves power to hire and fire chief constables. Well, given Labour's record of creeping and often intimidatory politicisation of devolved public services, this is a truly chilling proposition.
Julie Morgan.
Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer, for calling me to speak in this cross-party debate. I've been very pleased to put my name to this motion. I think it is absolutely inexplicable that policing was not devolved in the most recent Wales bill, and I think that is one of the major reasons why devolution is still unfinished business. And I am sure there will be a time when policing will be devolved, but sadly it wasn't at this really good opportunity. As Stephen Lewis said in his introduction, policing is devolved in Scotland and Northern Ireland. So why is Wales not fit to deliver policing? I can hear from Mark Isherwood's contribution that he has such a low opinion of the ability of the Welsh people to deliver services in their own country, that he believes that we can't be trusted here with policing. And I think that's a bit of an indictment to say that sort of thing. I mean, if you look at other parts of England, the London Mayor was given a direct mandate for policing in 2011. The Mayor has a major role jointly with the Home Secretary in appointing the Met Police Commissioner, scrutinises policing, and he sets the policing strategy in London. And the London Assembly also has a role in scrutinising policing in London, in the same way as this Assembly could if policing was devolved. And I think that would make for much better joined-up policy. And, of course, we most recently had the election of the Metro Mayors. And Manchester has been mentioned several times, which has now power over policing. But in Manchester, the UK government has also agreed to give it more powers over criminal justice and offender management. Manchester will have greater involvement in future plans for local courts and in commissioning offender management services alongside the National Offender Management Service. And I'm pleased Manchester is having it. But why not Wales? Wales is a country, and we are not having these powers. I think it is inexplicable. We also know that there were 6 other elections for Metro Mayors and another one to come. And over time, the powers of the Metro mayors, I'm sure, will increase, as has happened in London. And by contrast with Wales, the devolution bill that set up the Metro mayors is a deliberately non-prescriptive bit of legislation that allows for the devolution of almost anything: housing, health, welfare, policing and more. So the big question is, what is wrong with Wales? It really seems that there is some block there at the centre that doesn't recognise the sheer logic of devolving policing to Wales. There was no problem in transferring the power of the fire service in the first session of the Assembly, when I understand that it was offered to the Assembly, that I don't even believe that the government here had to ask for it. And obviously the ambulance service is devolved as part of the health service. So this means 2 out of the 3 emergency services are already devolved to Wales, so it makes nonsense not to devolve the third. The 3 services already work together to a great extent, but it would certainly make sense operationally to have the 3 services under the political control of the Welsh Government. So, major reason that we should have it. Other places have the powers devolved. Second reason, we already have 2 out of the 3 emergency services devolved. And, of course, a major reason as well is the funding of the police in Wales, because they are funded by a mixture of Home Office funding, Welsh Government funding, council tax funding. And in its manifesto for the 4th Assembly, the Labour Party committed to fund 500 extra PCSOs. And, of course, these have been hugely appreciated by the public during the last 5 years. And also, with our general election pledge now for this coming election, there will be an extra 853 police officers in Wales. Labour is committed to ensuring that the public feels safe on the streets, and the police and PCSOs on a local level are key parts of the local community. They're also very involved with people now who are vulnerable people. The actual crime policing that the police do is much less now than the community activities that they are involved with, working with older people, working with young people. And today in the Children's Committee we had evidence given to us by a person who was funded jointly by the police and jointly funded by public health. And this is the way things are going, joint working together. And finally, I wanted to say that if you look at an example, for example, of Welsh Government legislation, such as the Women, Domestic Abuse and Sexual Violence Wales Bill, the partnership approach to tackling and preventing abuse, and obviously tackling domestic abuse is one of the biggest challenges that we have. It's absolutely crucial that this is done in a partnership way, and there's absolutely no doubt in my mind that this would be aided if the political responsibility for policing did lie with the Assembly.
Gareth Bennett.
Diolch, Llywydd, and thanks to the individual members for bringing today's debate. I think devolution of policing is an important issue, and I should point out that it is an issue on which we in UKIP are thus far undecided. And I do think we need to be wary, though, before we embark on this step. I think that if the Assembly calls for greater powers, for devolution over more things, then there have to be good reasons for it. And I think it can't just be because other parts of the UK have it, therefore we must have it. When we debated this subject in 2014, Anne Jones made the very pertinent point that, and I quote, "Simply saying that we want powers because Scotland has them is a very poor argument." End of quote. I think that still holds true today, and I think it does hold true even if we extend it to references to Greater Manchester also, as we've had today. What are the actual practical benefits of devolving policing to this place? They are at best unclear. Stefan, we've heard what you said. I was going to raise some of the points you made. You mentioned the argument of the other 2 emergency services are already devolved. Julie Morgan also made that point. Well, this point has been made before. In the last okay, well, you're saying it's right. I am addressing the point. Please let me address it. We had in the last Assembly a member called Byron Davis, who actually had 32 years operational experience in the Metropolitan Police. Now, when this issue was raised last time in 2014, he said the only connection between the 3 emergency services is that they all have the same telephone number, 999. He was not convinced that devolution of policing was going to be effective. The cost-saving argument that Stefan has advanced is speculative at best. would we actually get the financial settlement for police that he is suggesting? In fact, costs could well rise. Yeah, certainly.
Obviously, at the moment, the way Wales is funded is that we are not funded as an entity in our own right because we come under an England and Wales entity. But if we became a policing entity with devolved powers over policing, then we would become a devolved entity as far as policing concerns, and the Barnett formula would apply. And that means that our budgets would increase based on the population with more money, not less.
Okay, I was aware of the argument the first time you put it. Thank you for putting it again. I'd be interested to hear what the Minister would have to say on that point. I'm sure he will take that on board. Some fairly concrete disadvantages of police devolution have been aired in the past. Now, I was interested by the Minister Carl Sargent's intervention earlier regarding comments from Chief Constables, and I would be very interested in hearing more on that, because so far from what I've read, many experienced officers have voiced concerns over the prospect of the devolution of policing. For instance, former Gwent Police Chief Constable Mick Gianazzi has stated devolution of policing could pose serious operational risks. With under 7,000 officers, Welsh forces would be heavily reliant on English forces for support in many areas of crime fighting. The cost of building standalone resilience could be prohibitive, he stated. These fears were echoed in 2016 by the Gwent Police and Crime Commissioner Ian Johnston, who warned that Wales could become the poor relation of UK policing. Dyfed Powys Police and Crime Commissioner Chris Salmon said at that time, "There is nothing the Assembly can do." Yeah, sure.
There is no doubt that there are practical matters that need working through, but as Carl Sargent has just made clear, the Chief Constables are now all of a view that these are surmountable and in the best interests of policing for this to be devolved so it can be aligned with other local public services.
Yes, and as I stated, Lee, I am very interested to hear what he says about the Chief Constables and to elucidate on what he hinted, that the Chief Constables are in favour of this. My mind is not closed on this issue, but you must appreciate I have to raise the concerns so that we properly debate them. Right, I mentioned Byron Davis. I quote what he said in the last time, possibly the last time we debated this, 2014. "During my time as a police officer, there were always many experts lining up with ideas and plans to reform policing. It was to some of us a source of annoyance that there were always people who knew better. It was often, if not always, the case that these people lacked some understanding of what policing and operational policing are really about, and lacked practical knowledge of policing. I do not believe that policing should be devolved to Wales. Cross-border crime, international crime and online crime make the case for the Welsh Government taking over from the Home Office very weak indeed." End of quote. We in UKIP Wales do not think the case for devolution of policing has yet been made. That is why it is our intention to abstain in today's motion.
Llawn Cynulliad.
Diolch yn fawr, Llywydd. Gweitha beth da ni wedi glywed o un cyfeiriad pnawn mae yna gonsensws cyffredinol yng Nghymru y dylid datganoli heddlua i Gymru, fel sydd wedi digwydd yn yr Alban a Gogledd Iwerddon, Llundain a Manceinion. Dwi am ganolbwyntio ar ddwy ddadl pam i fod o'n gwneud synwyr i ddatganoli i Gymru. Mae plismona effeithiol yn golygu perthynas effeithiol ag agos efo'r gwasanaethau datganoledig yng Nghymru. A mi fydda datganoli'r heddlu yn adlewyrchu yn llawer gwell yr amgylchiadau sydd yn bodoli yng Nghymru. A mi fydda fo'n gwella'r plethiad angenrheidiol rhwng yr holl gwasanaethau brys a'r gwasanaethau cyhoeddus. Ac yn y pen draw, mi fydda hynny yn gwella'r gwasanaethau, ac yn y pen draw un, mi fydda gwella'r gwasanaethau yn gwella ansawdd bywyd pobl Cymru, rhywbeth gobeithio y mae pawb yn y siambr yma yn ei ddeisyfu. A dyma gyflwyno dadl arall da ni ddim wedi chlywed cyn pelled pnawn yma. Mi fydda datganoli'r heddlu hefyd yn gwella atebolrwydd. Roedd y Comisiwn Silc yn canfod fod y sefyllfa bresennol yn anfoddhaol, gan nodi fod llawer o gyllid yr heddlu yn dod o ffynonellau datganoledig, gweitha'r ffaith fod polisi strategol am faterion yr heddlu yn cael ei penderfynu yn San Steffan. Mae yna mismatch yn fyna. Mae yna gydnabyddiaeth fod atebolrwydd yn broblem, a dyna oedd tu ôl i greu'r Comisiynwyr Heddlu a Throsedd, mae modd dadla y dylid falle cael ei gwared nhw os y bydda plismona yn cael ei ddatganoli. Dwi ddim yn mynd i fynd i fanna pnawn yma, mi fydda sut yn union y byddai'r atebolrwydd lleol yn digwydd yn fatar ar gyfer trafodaeth bellach, ond yn sicr, mae hyn yn rhoi cyfle i ni feddwl am ddilliau newydd o gryfhau'r atebolrwydd sydd i fawr angen. Felly, o ran gwella'r plethiad angenrheidiol rhwng yr heddlu a'r holl wasanaethau cyhoeddus ac mwyn gwella atebolrwydd yr heddlu, mae'n gwneud synnwyr i ddatganoli'r heddlu. Dwy ddadl yn unig, da chi wedi clywed dadleuon eraill hefyd, ac mae yna lawer mwy o resyma ac llawer mwy i ddadla yn ei gylch i greu yr achos dros ddatganoli heddlua i Gymru. Diolch yn fawr iawn i Steffan Lewis, Mike Hedges a Julie Morgan am ddod â hwn ger bron heddiw, a dwi'n mawr obeithio y gewni o leia fwyafrif teilwng iawn o blaid y cynnig. Diolch.
Galwaf ar ysgrifennydd y Cabinet dros gymunedau Phlant, Carl Sargent.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I welcome the opportunity to debate this important issue here today. Thank you for all that's contributed in the Chamber. The Welsh Government has always been very clear that we want to see responsibility for policing devolved to Wales. The Welsh Government supports the motion to note policing is a devolved matter in Scotland, Northern Ireland, and agrees with the call for the devolution of policing. In terms of specialist matters, such as counter-terrorism being coordinated at a UK level, I am aware of the model in Scotland for counter-terrorism is the Police Scotland takes their policy direction from the UK Government, which is delivered through Police Scotland and funded through the Scottish Government. This makes absolute sense, and as this motion suggests, counter-terrorism is best coordinated at a UK level. In developing a model for devolution, this would be a key consideration for any work to be taken here in Wales. Policing is the only emergency service not devolved. Remedying this would inevitably allow for greater collaboration whilst developing better relationships to help to strengthen joint working with the other devolved services. As Julie Morgan made reference to earlier on, collaboration is the name of the game as we move forward, and sharing staff and practice is something that the 3 Police and Crime Commissioners and Chief Constables are absolutely signed up to currently. The safety and security of our communities has always been the priorities of the Welsh Government, and we are committed to strengthening these further. Devolution would ensure that future legislation affecting policing and community safety in Wales was properly tailored to the Welsh circumstances. Also, we've already had close working relationships with the 4 Welsh Chief Constables and Police and Crime Commissioners here in Wales, and Cabinet Secretary for Health and Wellbeing and Sport, and I meet them on a regular basis to discuss the ways that we can work together to make our communities safer. In September, the Police and Crime Commissioners issued a joint statement supporting the devolution of policing to Wales, and I'm pleased that Bob Evans, the now All Wales Deputy Chief Constable for Wales, has been appointed and will be working with us on this very issue. His role will be to maintain the relationships between the forces, Commissioners' offices and the Welsh Government, and in terms of devolution, we will ensure working effectively in the current arrangements to consider how these arrangements would work in the devolved setting. This is key to the future of planning for devolution. I listened to the contribution of Mark Isherwood and the UKIP member. Both was very interesting, but can I just, for clarity, reaffirm the commitment of the letter I received from the Police and Crime Commissioners, the chair of the All Wales Policing Group. And the comment says, as the current chair of the All Wales Policing Group, I enclose a copy of our joint statement which was released publicly. This statement has been discussed with the 4 Chief Constables, and while you will appreciate that they would not wish to comment on the matter that requires a political decision, they are content with what we have said in the letter. So the comments made by Mark Isherwood about an individual telling me one thing and telling him another, and writing to me to say something else, is something I will follow up with the Chief Constables across Wales. That is not an appropriate comment to make. I will take an intervention from the member.
I will confirm that the comment that you're referring to did not come from a Chief Constable. I do, however, have private meetings with members of the force at various levels, which I cannot share publicly without their consent, but I can tell you absolutely categorically that every quote I gave, past and present, came directly from their mouths, and I was simply representing those. Could I also ask, if I may, are you talking about devolution of powers as in Scotland, or are you talking about devolution of powers as in Manchester, in which case it's only the powers of Police and Crime Commissioner? Where would that leave the Police and Crime Commissioners we currently have?
Well, we're talking about a devolution of the police to Wales, and there is much discussion to be had about that. The first of this discussion is about the concept, the principle of aligning that as a collective of this Assembly. And the First Minister has been quite clear that we believe, alongside our police and crime commissioners here in Wales already, providing a space of planning in order for devolution to come at the appropriate time by the government that wishes to do that. The other sense of irony was that the Conservative Party also opposed this principle, yet Nick Bourne, who stood on the Silk Commission, endorsed the principles of Silk, an honourable Conservative member. So I'm again surprised that the member wishes to speak out against him also. I pick up the UKIP contribution. He started off with the comments. It was an important issue, very important issue, but we don't have a firm view on this, and then continued to argue against the whole case for making this, which gave me some doubt on his coherence of the concept of devolution. He doubts the funding formula that Stephen Lewis put forward very strongly. This is one of the members that argued about £340 million for NHS spend in Brexit, and then can't get his head around the fact devolution of Brexit, the Barnett formula for police spending here in Wales. I'd urge the member just to do a little bit more research on that issue if he may. Llywydd, as I said earlier, the government have been very clear on this. I also, to finish, must pay tribute to the operational staff on the ground, the unsung heroes and heroines who work behind the scenes. They are all willing to go beyond the call of duty to keep our communities safe, and I wish to thank them on behalf of government and this Assembly. No one should forget how much we owe to the goodwill and dedication. There are also lots of issues around funding issues which will have to be consideration for the future, but I can give the assurance and clarity from this government position that we are keen to devolve policing to this institute.
Galwaf Mike Hedges I ymateb i'r ddadl.
Diolch, Llywydd. Can I say I speak as a former member of the South Wales Police Authority, which I served on for just under 4 years. Can I thank everyone who took part in this debate? And I think it's very useful that people have spoken against, because it gives an opportunity to test the arguments being put forward. I think that we need people to test the arguments, and it's our duty then to explain why what we are saying is right. But I thank everybody who's took part. Stephen Lewis made 3 key points. Firstly, policing has been devolved not only to Scotland and Northern Ireland, and Northern Ireland was an interesting way it was devolved, because it devolved by a supermajority of the Northern Ireland Assembly. I speak as probably the only person here who believes in supermajority for lots of things, but I think that when things are being devolved, such as that, it ought to be available, and if we get a supermajority, 40 of the 60 members, we don't want it to be done by 31 to 29, but a supermajority, I think, is the way forward for it. And if it's available for Greater Manchester, it's available for London, but not Wales. I mean, everybody in Wales must ask the same question: why? Secondly, specialist policing needs to be dealt with on a UK basis, but not just on a UK basis. I believe we should stay members of Europol. I'm not sure that everybody who's spoken in the debate believes in that. I also think we should remain members of Interpol, because it's not just what's happening in England affects Wales, it's what's happening in Southern Ireland affects Wales, and in terms of drugs being brought in, it may well be what's happening in Amsterdam that affects Wales, and certainly what's happening in Colombia affects Wales. Thirdly, emergency services work together, but policing is the only one not devolved. It makes no sense whatsoever. Mark assured specialist policing must be dealt with on at least a UK basis. Absolutely right. But, as I said before, also Europol and Interpol. I know of no one whatsoever who wants an all-Wales police force. If that was the item being debated today, Mark, I would be on your side. I'd be arguing against an all-Wales police force, because I believe that it would not benefit large parts of Wales if we had an all-Wales police force, because the policing needs of different parts of Wales are different. But it is not an argument for an all-Wales police force. Mark.
Are you therefore giving a categoric statement that the current Welsh Government would not propose a police merger if it had powers devolved to it?
I cannot speak for the Welsh Government. I'm sure Carl Sargent may well intervene and speak on it. But there's been no suggestion by anybody of an all-Wales police force. So I've just...
Devolved yet.
But if we come to that, Mark, you and I are on the same side. And I'm sure there's other people over here who are arguing equally forcefully for devolution of policing who would also be on the same side. Greater Manchester has substantial involvement with Cheshire and Merseyside. In fact, it runs into each of them in much the same way as North Wales runs into Cheshire. Of course, we have differences, but it's about working together. And that's one of the things the police have been very good at throughout Britain, is working together. And they haven't stopped working in Scotland with Northumberland or Cumbria because they've got a devolved policing there. They have to work together. Julie Morgan said it's inexplicable why policing is not devolved. I agree with her entirely. It is inexplicable. And can I also add, asymmetric devolution does not work. The only other country which has gone for asymmetric devolution that I know of, so I expect Stefan will correct me if I've got this wrong, is Spain. And they've gone closer to symmetry as time has moved on. And places like the United States of America, which has a substantial devolution, has the same devolution to California with its almost 30 million people as it does to some of the smaller states, which are slightly smaller than Cardiff City region. Why is Wales not fit enough to run policing? Why do we have this inferiority complex? Of some people in Wales have an inferiority complex. Oh, we can't do it in Wales. Yes, they can do it in Scotland. Yes, they can do it in Northern Ireland. Yes, they can do it in London. But we Welsh, we're not quite up to it. I believe we in Wales are as good as anywhere in the world. And I certainly don't see it as a second, third or fourth class. Julie Morgan raised a really important point. Extra PCSOs have been very popular. But we only could provide PCSOs because policing was not devolved. We could provide police if it had been devolved. Support for additional police is in Labour's manifesto, and I'm sure many people would actually want that to happen, because people like to see the police. And whilst I've been told by the police on more than one occasion, they rarely catch somebody but when they're walking the street. What I say to them, and I'll say to you in here now, they certainly stop an awful lot of offences happening by the fact they're there. Gareth Bennett says we need to be wary. Why? Why are we going to be wary in Wales when they don't have to be wary in Northern Ireland and Scotland? I don't get that wariness. As I said, asymmetric devolution does not work. I think Stefan explained it, but the Barnett formula, if applied to policing, means we get more money. Northern Ireland has a smaller population than Wales. Northern Ireland is substantially smaller than Wales. It's had difficulties that we haven't had in Wales. And though I may disagree with some of the politicians in the opposite side of the chamber, I've never, if I go back 40 years, I wasn't trying to kill them. Byron Davis is mentioned, but he never sat on the command floor of... No.
Oh, he certainly didn't say that. No, he certainly didn't.
What I said...
Carry on, Mike Hedges.
I'll repeat it again. First. What I said, comparing Wales with Northern Ireland, there's people in the Northern Ireland Assembly who are sitting there today who 40 years ago were on opposite sides, and many of whom may wish to have tried or wanted the member there to be killed. I said, I disagree with the Conservative Party, I disagree with UKIP, but I don't want to actually kill them. I never have wanted to kill them. I want to beat them in argument. That was the point I was trying to make, and I think... the point I was trying to make, and I think it's important that Northern Ireland, with all its history, all its problems in the past, is allowed to have devolution of police, but we are not. Sean Gwellian, there's a consensus in Wales. I think that we've seen that, because I know that Marcus Shulman actually talked to policemen. I would guess not only weren't they chief constable, they weren't sitting on the command floor. And I've spoken to police at all sorts of junior level who have all sorts of interesting views. It's people on the command floor have a view of how policing is being run across the area. It's not by the local sergeant who's involved in an area. Important as his job is, his understanding of the policing of the whole area and the police policies is substantially less than those on the command floor. It has a close involvement with other devolved services, not just fire and ambulance, but also with substantial other things run by the Welsh Government. It's involvement with local government, it's involvement with social services, it's involved with a whole range, and I probably haven't got time to list them all, so it's involved with a whole range of bodies, not just fire and ambulance. Can I just finally say I agree with everything the Minister has said. I think it really is important that we believe in Wales, believe in ourselves and support the devolution of policing to Wales.
Y cwestiwn yw a ddylid derbyn y cynnig, a oes unrhyw aelod yn gwrthwynebu? Felly derbynir y cynnig yn unol â rheol sefydlog 12.36. Yr eitem nesaf ar yr agenda yw dadl Plaid Cymru a'r breifeteiddio'r gwasanaeth iechyd. A dwi'n galw ar Rhun ap Iorwerth i wneud y cynnig. Rhun ap Iorwerth.
Diolch, Llywydd. It seems remarkable in a debate such as this that we're going to have to go over some of the basics of how the Welsh Government receives its funding, why the decisions of how England chooses to run its National Health Service are relevant to both the financial and workforce decisions that are possible in Wales. So for the benefit of people who perhaps don't recognise or realise the relevance, in simple terms, it is this. The available budget for the NHS in Wales is highly influenced by overall public spending in England. So if a UK government cuts the NHS budget there, then the Welsh Government would either have to cut the budget of the NHS here or cut another budget to break even. If the UK government decides to increase the budget of the NHS in England and doesn't cut other relevant departments, then the Welsh Government can also make that decision. But the key factor is always the decisions made about spending levels in England. It would be effectively impossible for England to have an NHS with a substantially smaller budget and for Wales then to maintain a higher budget. This is why spending decisions for NHS England and the nature of that spending and the structure it falls into matters to us. If the NHS in England is likely to be spending substantially less money, then Wales has less money to make a different decision. There are other implications too. If the NHS in England cuts services used by Welsh patients, for example, if the standards of training for the workforce drop because companies providing services start de-skilling in order to maximise profit, and conversely, hyperinflation for senior management salaries, a predictable consequence of private sector growth, would inevitably lead to effects here. But it isn't just on the alleged privatisation and austerity where there are concerns due to the political structure of Wales being overly dependent on decisions made by politicians in London. The TTIP talks that were ongoing a couple of years ago attracted major concern because of the effects that such a deal could have on the NHS. Had TTIP been signed in one of its early forms, certainly the NHS would have had no choice but to open up provision to the numerous private health companies lobbying for such a deal, remember. And indeed, some opposition to TTIP was publicly expressed by the Eurosceptic movement as a way to bring people to an anti-European position. But I would argue that we are now perhaps in an even greater danger from such an agreement being pursued by the UK government unilaterally with the United States. At least the EU has strong internal political pressures to maintain public health systems. It's naivety of the utmost, I think, to pretend that the emboldened Thatcherites likely to resume control of the UK government are going to have the interests of the NHS at heart when negotiating trade deals. I'd even add that many may see this as a way of pushing through their long-term agenda of NHS privatisation and being able to avoid blame by subsequently blaming an unintended consequence. And with that, I turn to the final aspect of this debate. Yes, the NHS is in danger of privatisation. I'm aware that the Conservatives are now downplaying the extent to which private providers have actually taken over the running of NHS services since the 2012 Health and Social Care Act in England, but the facts do show a growth. Slow release privatisation has seen the percentage of the health budget finding its way into private hands rising from 4% in 2009-10 to 8% in 2015. The slowness, incidentally, of this growth actually reflects some inconvenient facts. It's actually pretty difficult to make money from some parts of the NHS. So why would a private sector provider want to run it? You can only really start a significant privatisation, you could argue, by allowing providers to turn people away for treatment if they can't pay. Now, finally, the bigger danger to core services isn't so much from obscure commissioning rules and contract design, it's from continual poor performance, leading to people perceiving that private health insurance or the private healthcare route is essential in ensuring that they get prompt diagnosis and treatment. I'm sure I'm not the only member in this chamber who has been approached by constituents who say they have been encouraged, advised by GPs or hospital consultants to seek private treatment because that would get them that treatment quicker. And those constituents telling me that they have felt they have no option. Private providers can only really start to make money if health insurance grows. Therefore, they need waiting lists to get longer, to the extent people fear for their own health. So I think we're probably not going to get to a stage where a mainstream political party advocates fully a privatised system. It will be pursued, I think, through stealth by the few true believers and emerge slowly as a result of 1,000 decisions made by pragmatists operating within constrained financial circumstances, and the perception that offering services for competitive tender brings efficiency savings or better care. This will happen alongside the removal of any free treatment for things deemed by some to be luxuries or lifestyle treatments. IVF, perhaps, gender identity. So this is the risk of the Conservative NHS. In the long run, their NHS will be shrunk and become like the US version or the UK version of Medicare. If you're lucky, I will certainly give way.
Do you share my concern that the percentage figures you're quoting include things like community hospices, Marie Curie, Macmillan, the sort of bodies are NHS, which we support, taxpayer-funded, free at the point of delivery, should be asking how they could help them deliver more for the patients for the resource available?
Figures, of course, I quoted was the money going into the private sector, which I admit is growing slowly, but it's exactly this death by 1,000 cuts that threatens the future of the NHS. From a sedentary position, the Conservative NHS, the Conservative health spokesman asks, am I going to talk about Wales? This is the context in which the future of the Welsh NHS will try to survive. In the meantime, the job of each successive Welsh Government to maintain and improve a public NHS will get harder in this context. And that's why it's important that we defend Wales and have a strong Plaid Cymru voice in Westminster.
Thank you very much. I have selected the amendment to the motion, and I call on Angela Burns to move Amendment 1, tabled in the name of Paul Davies.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I am pleased to move the Conservative amendment tabled in the name of Paul Davies. The motion tabled by Plaid is clearly politically motivated and designed to scaremonger about the future of our NHS. For the avoidance of doubt, my party wholeheartedly believes in the Welsh NHS being kept in public hands, and in fact I believe every party in this Assembly supports the principle of the Welsh National Health Service being kept in public hands. During this general election period, where Plaid are obviously struggling to connect with the Welsh public, many cases of fake news like this will no doubt be trumpeted. The reality is that there are already elements of private providers in the NHS, and I would like to draw attention to the figures shown in the NHS Wales summarised accounts for the last 2 financial years, which highlight the expenditure on healthcare from other providers. The column representing private providers has risen from 43,015,000 in 14-15 to 49,732,000 in 15-16. And I would be interested to hear from the Cabinet Secretary, who was only this week on TV slamming my party for NHS privatisation by stealth, to explain this expenditure and enlighten us as to exactly who or what private providers are. Point 3 of the motion tries to link Brexit and new trade deals to the provision of health. I would point out to the Plaid spokesman that the European Union that they so passionately supported was responsible for the TTIP trade deal, and now we are on our way out of Europe, this perceived threat is no more. And I have every faith that our Prime Minister will get good, sound deals. No, I won't actually. We'll get good, sound deals for the whole of the United Kingdom, and that where required, devolved administrations will be consulted. None of us have a crystal ball, but it is our duty as a country to enter the negotiations positively and strive for the best possible outcome for all of us. I don't see that support from the Plaid group, who seem to be wishing the talks to fail. Instead of casting suspicion on the way in which cross-border health services are provided, our amendment aims to delete yet more nationalist scaremongering and highlights the important role that provision from across the border plays in providing treatment for Welsh patients. I want to briefly touch on a couple of the services raised in our amendment, which help to demonstrate the importance of collaborative working between the two NHS services. Acute neonatal. A report by Bliss last year highlighted evidence from neonatal units, neonatal transport services and parents across Wales showing worrying shortages that the nurses, doctors and other essential health professionals that premature and sick babies need. And this puts neonatal units under severe pressure. It leaves them unable to meet national standards for quality and safety or support parents to be involved in their baby's care. And the report found that only 2 out of 10 neonatal units had enough nurses to staff all of their cots in line with national safety and quality standards. Over half of units did not have enough medical staff to meet national standards, and none of Wales's neonatal intensive care units had enough overnight accommodation for parents to meet national standards. We should be thankful that NHS trusts in England are able to receive emergency cases and provide the cots which aren't always available in Wales. I know constituents whose babies would no longer be with us if they were not able to make use of some of the amazing NHS services in England, such as the paediatric intensive care unit at Southampton General Hospital. And I know that I, as a parent, would want the best treatment for my child wherever that was available. Let's look at transgender services and mental health services. 2 years ago, this chamber voted to explore the possibility of opening the first gender identity clinic in Wales. Wales is currently the only one of 4 countries in the United Kingdom that does not have a GIC, meaning trans people have to travel to England. Figures from 2012 estimated there are over 31,300 trans people in Wales, but no dedicated centre. And I would be keen to learn from the Cabinet Secretary whether we've made any movement on this issue. But again, stress the Plaid spokesman that whilst the service isn't available in Wales, it is the English NHS stepping into the breach. And the same goes for elements of the provision for child mental health services. The English NHS is our top-up and support. In bringing my contribution to a close, I urge Plaid to think again about this motion. We need to be considering what is best for the patient and not what best fits into Plaid's narrow ideological view of the world. As the Welsh Affairs Committee in Westminster concluded in their report of 2015, cross-border movements have been a fact of life for many years, and there's no less the case for health services. For those residing in immediate border areas, the nearest health provider may not be their country of residence, as you, Deputy Presiding Officer, will well know, representing a northern constituency. So I would urge members to reject the motion and back our amendment, and I do hope the Welsh Government will not be tolerating this form of nonsense.
Lloyd.
Thank you, DPO, and I'm pleased to take part in this debate on the NHS in Wales. I'm pleased also to celebrate the achievements of the NHS in Wales. And this is obviously from the vantage point of having been a doctor in Wales since 1980. Working in the NHS has been exhilarating, challenging and fulfilling, sometimes all at once, despite all the governmental and managerial upheavals and reorganisations that have been hurled into my path down the years. And it's a tremendous bond with people. I have grown up with people in Swansea, patients that were children when I started, and now grandparents. And it's been a privilege to have been a constant thread in the lives of so many people. It's a strength of trust and respect, mutual, as people recognise the tremendous commitment and skill of the staff of the NHS. Now, the NHS is not without its faults, of course. That very human resource can also err. And there is never enough money for the latest technologies and drugs. But here in Wales, we have an NHS, yes, under strain every day. Yes, still, remarkably, a public service in public hands that engenders phenomenal levels of loyalty and respect from the patients of Wales. And because it's not private, no money changes hands during the consultation. People know that the advice I give them is what I would give my own family, untainted by finance skewing the management. And with free prescriptions, I can recommend long-term preventative medication, life-saving tablets like statins and high blood pressure tablets and asthma inhalers, safe in the knowledge that people will take them and not be swayed by having to pay over £8 per item for them, as in England. And I am proud of the innovations in health here in Wales. Our two excellent medical schools at the forefront of world-class research and treatments involving patients from both inside Wales and beyond. Exciting immunotherapy for mesothelioma, as we heard in the cross-party group on asbestos last night. Immunotherapy for mesothelioma in Cardiff, and patients coming from all over. Cutting-edge surgery in Cardiff, and Morriston in Swansea, advanced burns and plastics unit that covers the southwest of England as well as the whole of South Wales. That burns and plastic unit is truly phenomenal. Similar high praise comes the way of cardiac surgery in Wales too. Lives are being saved that would not have been saved a generation ago. And I am proud to be associated with all of that. And organ donation, the new opt-out system pioneered here in Wales, is transforming the renal transplant scene in the United Kingdom. This Assembly should be justifiably proud of its role in bringing this about, providing inspiration throughout these islands and additional organs for transplantation across these islands and across Europe. Ours is a collaborative, human NHS, and any dependency works both ways, as I've already indicated. Yes, there are specialised units in Liverpool and Manchester serving the people of North Wales, but they are dependent on the 600,000 North Walians to make their specialised units viable in critical mass terms. Without those 600,000 people in North Wales, those units in Liverpool and Manchester also are not viable. The dependency bit works both ways. And all along Offa's Dyke, around 15,000 people in England are registered with GPs in Wales, and around 13,000 people in Wales are registered with GPs in England, to be fair. But mature human consideration and altruism mean that the care carries on regardless of geography. But we live in uncertain times. Brexit has imperilled our NHS and care staff. Voting for a hard Brexit brings other Tory ways of dealing with public services too, like insidious privatisation of the health service, as in England. Commissioning groups there have to commission from outside the NHS. They have to privatise. They have no choice. Division and competition are rife, non-regulation and secrecy supreme. And a Tory health secretary in England that has provoked junior doctor strikes for the first time in over 40 years. Wales, different. No. Defend Wales and defend our NHS.
Jenny Rathbone.
I think it's absolutely appropriate that some services are provided in England, and that is where rare specialist services can only be provided in Wales if there's sufficient numbers of patients with that condition to underpin the clinical excellence that all patients seek. So I agree with Di Lloyd that some of the specialist services on Merseyside and Manchester are dependent on the numbers of referrals from North Wales, but the same applies to people in Lancashire that applies to people in North Wales. Everybody wants an excellent service, and that means you have to have a throughput for clinicians to be able to maintain their clinical excellence. But I disagree with Angela Burns that it's not fake news to worry that the consequences of outsourcing health spending in England does indeed potentially pose a threat to the global sums in the block grant that will be coming to Wales. And we can't ignore that. We just have to acknowledge that and badge it up as a real issue for concern that some people may wish to take into account when they're casting their vote in the general election. But I think that we all subscribe to the NHS being both free at the point of delivery and that nobody's misfortune to fall ill should be used as a way of someone else to make a profit out of them. I hope that we can all subscribe to that. But I think that the situation is more nuanced than perhaps the motion makes out. For example, all GPs are independent contractors, as Diane Lloyd knows, and whilst the vast majority are completely committed to serving patients on their lists, it has been known for some GPs to adjust their activity to chase particular financial incentives, either through the QOF, the Quality Outcomes Framework, or by having an inappropriate relationship with a particular pharmaceutical company in order to promote a particular medicine over another cheaper one. We cannot get away from that. It is well documented, and that is one of the realities that we have to bear in mind. It's also been suggested that a hospital may be keen to prescribe medicines before a patient leaves hospital because they can make money out of the transaction, even where the medicines management would be better done by the patient's GP or local pharmacy. These tensions exist and they need managing. And hopefully the current integrated structure of healthcare we have, with 7 health boards responsible for delivering both primary and secondary care, ought to make it easier to squeeze out such inappropriate practices. But we have to acknowledge that doesn't always happen. Part of the prudent healthcare principle is that services should be delivered by the person who is qualified to deliver that service and no more. And that could, in principle, be delivered by a private sector organisation in some cases. Yesterday, I visited the multidisciplinary panel that is working on how to manage frequent attenders in A&E in Cardiff and the Vale. And one individual had used out-of-hours A&E or the ambulance service over 50 times in the last month, all because they'd been waiting 18 months to be seen by a psychiatrist. Another reported self-harming, including swallowing of sharp objects, apparently to avoid having to meet his probation officer. These cases do exist, and we have to be imaginative in the way we deal with such challenges. In some cases, those who are depressed, isolated or addicted individuals may be best served from confidence-building courses, living life to the full courses, which bring them back into the community because their depression is related to their isolation. Those services are currently being provided by Communities First, but it could, in theory, be provided by a private sector company. I'm not saying it should, just that we need to at least discuss it. There have always been private companies involved in delivering mental health services in the NHS, and however, there are structural drawbacks. For example, instability. The organisation may move out if their profits drop. Cost. They may have to pay their shareholders. The transactional processes involved that ought to be avoided when we're discussing a holistic provision of services by public servants. And then there's the lack of accountability, which we should all worry about. But the NHS would fall apart without private companies' input. They provide all the equipment, build the hospitals, make the drugs, and in the IT world, the whole of primary care is privately run. Primary care IT is privately run. So there is ample evidence that alternative providers can challenge state delivery and occasionally approve ideas, vision, relationships with users of services. And so we have to have a broader approach to this matter.
Thank you. Llawn Cynulliad.
Diolch i'r Llywydd. Dwi am siarad am integreiddio gofal cymdeithasol a iechyd a'r problemau fydda creu darpariaeth a system bydd yn mynd yn mwy a fwy darniog ei natur yn ei creu, petai ni'n symud at defnyddio mwy a mwy o gontractwyr preifat. Da ni wedi trafod yr angen i integreiddio iechyd a gofal cymdeithasol sawl tro. Mae nifer o broblemau yn cael eu hachosi wrth i sefydliadau gwahanol ddadla dros y gwahanol elfennau enghraifft, brwydrau gweinyddol a biwrocratiaeth ynglŷn â lle mae'r cyfrifoldeb dros gleifion yn cael ei basio rhwng sefydliadau. Cleifion y methu cael ei ryddhau i'r gymuned oherwydd diffyg cyfleusterau a gwasanaethau cymunedol iechyd i alluogi pobl i fyw yn annibynnol, a dadla am pwy sydd yn talu am be. Erbyn hyn, rydym i gyd, mwy neu lai, yn cytuno bod angen integreiddio a bod angen trafodaeth ar hynny a trafodaeth ar y frys yn wir. Ond un peth fydda'n gwneud integreiddio yn anodd, fydda mwy o dendro cystadleuol a rhagor o ddarparwyr yn cystadlu dros gytundebau proffidiol, tra wedyn yn gadael y gwasanaethau hanfodol sydd ddim yn proffidiol yn nilo system sy'n cael ei gweudu o fuddsoddiad. Dyna di'r peryg, a dyna all ddigwydd yng Nghymru os ydy'r Deyrnas Unedig yn arwyddio bargeinion masnach sy'n gorfodi ein gwasanaethau iechyd a gofal i agor ei drysa i ddarparwyr preifat. Bydd rhai pobl yn codi'r pwynt bod llawer o gontractwyr preifat yn darparu gwasanaethau gofal a iechyd yn barod, ond dyna'n union ydy'r broblem. Mae contractio gwasanaethau allan i ddarparwyr sydd o safon isel wedi arwain at weithlu gofal cymdeithasol sydd ddim yn cael eu talu'n ddigonol ac sy'n diodda o amodau gwaith sâl. Yn ei dro, mae hynny yn arwain at ddiffyg statws a pharch i'r sector gofal. Os da ni'n cael ein gorfodi i agor ein gwasanaeth iechyd i ddarparwyr preifat, oherwydd fod Llywodraeth Lloegr wedi ymrwymo'n ideolegol i'r sector breifat ac yn arwyddo bargeinion masnach ar ran Cymru, mae peryg gwirioneddol y byddwn ni'n colli'r rhagor o sgilia ac y bydd safona yn disgyn eto. Da ni'n barod wedi gweld problemau system ddarniog Lloegr yn sgil pasio'r ddeddf iechyd a gofal cymdeithasol yn 2012. Mae'r penderfyniad i roi dyletswyddau iechyd cyhoeddus i awdurdodau lleol wedi arwain at benderfyniad gwarthus gan yr NHS yn Lloegr, sef peidio ariannu'r cyffur PrEP gan ei fod yn atal trosglwyddiad HIV, ac felly yn cael ei gyfri fel iechyd cyhoeddus. Ac oherwydd y penderfyniad trychinebus i wneud toriadau anferth i awdurdodau lleol mwyn talu am warchod yr NHS, mae gwariant ar iechyd cyhoeddus wedi gostwng. Mae iechyd cyhoeddus mewn systemau iechyd yn cael ei dominyddu gan y sector breifat yn rhwym o wynebu tan fuddsoddiad, oherwydd does a ddim arian i wneud yn y maes yna. Ac wrth weld y pwyslais yn symud ar drin afiechyd yn hytrach na gwasanaethau ataliol, dydy hynny ddim yn gwneud synwyr busnes wrth gwrs, achos mae o'n ddrytach yn y pen draw. Mae'n hanfodol yn bod ni'n cadw'r gwasanaeth iechyd cyhoeddus yn nilo'r cyhoedd ac yn cadw dylo'r toriaid a'i cytundebau masnachol allan o Gymru. Bydd Plaid Cymru yn amddiffyn gwasanaeth iechyd cyhoeddus Cymru pob cam o'r ffordd.
Thank you very much. Caroline Jones.
Diolch, Deputy Llywydd. I thank Plaid Cymru for tabling this debate today, and I'm pleased to take part. UKIP firmly believe that the NHS should forever remain in public hands and be free at the point of delivery. We were also totally against TTIP and campaigned heavily against it. As long as the patient is seen and diagnosed quickly, the outcome is the important factor here, as long as the service is free to the patient. Without the participation of the private sector, large sections of our health and social care sector would not function. We wouldn't have the most important tool in our health arsenal, the most used therapeutic intervention medicines. The majority of our medicines are researched, developed and produced by the private sector, who contribute billions of pounds to the UK economy, employing thousands of people and providing life-saving drugs to NHS patients. In the last 3 years, the pharmaceutical industry in the UK has paid over £1 billion towards the Pharmaceutical Payment Regulation Scheme, which improved the flow of new medicines to NHS patients, allowing patients to get access to treatments that are widely available in other European countries. The independent contractor model is the cornerstone of our primary care sector. GPs and GP practices are private sector contractors and companies providing health to NHS patients. Without the private sector, social care provision would disappear across large parts of the country, as large numbers of care homes are privately run. Without the private sector, we wouldn't have access to innovative health technologies. A proton beam therapy centre will be opening later this year, giving NHS patients access to this innovative cancer treatment. The centre, just outside Newport, is run by Proton Partners, a private company set up to bring proton beam therapy to the UK. You may have read in the press over the weekend about a new treatment for burns victims, the skin gun, which utilises stem cells from donor skin and grows a new layer of skin on the patient, ending painful skin grafts and extensive scarring. This technology was developed by a private sector company. It is clear to me that private involvement in the NHS is not only welcome, but it is necessary. For the NHS to thrive, it must be a true collaboration between the public sector, the private sector, along with the third sector. Patients do not care which sector provides much-needed treatment, as long as it is the best available treatment and that they don't have to pay for it. We need to abandon the dogma which equates to public sector is good, private sector is bad. Collaboration is the most important thing, and patient outcomes is of paramount importance. And without the private sector, our NHS wouldn't survive. So UKIP will therefore be abstaining on Plaid's motion this afternoon. Diolch yn fawr.
Thank you. Steffan Lewis.
Llywydd, I want to focus my remarks this afternoon on the implications of new customs arrangements for the National Health Service and other devolved matters, because whatever our differing views on the decision to leave the customs union and leave the single market, the European single market, we can all agree, whether we will leave or remain, or nationalist or unionist, that is going to have consequences that we haven't had to consider for some time. And it is further complicated, of course, by the fact that if we have a situation where the new UK single market and the new UK customs union is exclusively administered by the UK government, it is complicated by the fact that the UK government, of course, acts as the government of England when it comes to things like health. And therefore there will be a legitimate concern, I think we can all agree, that a health policy and a health paradigm by the UK government will also overlap then into future customs arrangements. So I know we're all excited about, with election fever at the moment, I'm going to try and see if we can have some sort of a consensus about acknowledging that whether intentional or not, future trade agreements, if not done concurrently between the governments of the UK, could lead, inadvertently or not, to devolved public services, including the NHS, being disadvantaged. When TTIP, that's been mentioned several times, because when TTIP was being discussed, concerns were raised legitimately. Then the NHS Confederation specifically had an issue with the inclusion of controversial investor-to-state dispute settlement mechanisms, which are, of course, normal in trade deals, but the nature of these bodies are crucial in terms of protecting public services. These cases are heard in secret in private arbitration courts and allow corporations to sue governments who are attempting to make decisions based on their own political mandates. Famously, when Australia introduced plain packaging for cigarettes, the tobacco company Philip Morris used investor-to-state dispute settlement clause included the 1993 Australia-Hong Kong Investment Treaty to attempt to sue the Australian government. Ultimately, their attempt failed, but not without many years of political wrangling. And it was the Europe-wide public outcry, of course, over TTIP that led ultimately to the inclusion of other mechanisms. And the EU's trade deal with Canada, CETA, includes some provisions that limit the use of these powers and some exemptions for public services. And although it's far from a perfect outcome in CETA, the public anxiety about the impact of international trade deals can have on a nation's public services is now changing the way that trade deals are being negotiated. And that's something we'll have to bear in mind for if and when the UK leaves the European Customs Union in full. But as I said, any future trade deals, we can all agree, will have a major impact on Wales and on our public services in particular. And yesterday I listened carefully to an answer given by the First Minister to a question from the member for Neath on this matter. And frankly, I've got to say, it's not good enough, I think, from our First Minister to be saying that Wales should have a voice in future trade negotiations once we're out of the European Customs Union. We can't simply be consultees on matters that are clearly devolved and within this legislature's jurisdiction. The logical solution, constitutionally, in my opinion, if we're going to be outside the Customs Union in particular, is for the federalisation of trade. So that's a shared competence between the nations and the governments of the UK, overseen by a UK Council of Ministers and accountable to all the parliaments of the UK. And of course, this is why several federal countries that have their own customs arrangements, that is why they have federalised international trade rather than exclusively reserved it to the centre, because there will be invariably an overlap. And as I mentioned earlier, the complicating factor of the UK government acting as the English government on devolved matters makes even more sense to have a UK Council of Ministers to oversee our shared interests when it comes to future UK trade deals. So anyone can have a voice, and I'd ask the Welsh Government to drop that as their demand, because, frankly, that is pathetic. I hope the Government will reconsider the ambiguity in this area, because it'll be crucial in ensuring that our public services here are protected in a way that is democratically expressed by people at the ballot box, and rather than in the interests of international profiteering.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I'd like to just briefly contribute to this Plaid Cymru debate today as a member who serves a constituency where travelling across the border for specific specialist services is a standard occurrence, whether that be heading to Clatterbridge or Christie's for specialist oncology treatment, Older Hay Children's Hospital in Liverpool, or even the well-established link between Bexley Cadwallader UHB and Stoke-on-Trent Hospital for major trauma treatment. And as other members have alluded to before, the hospitals like the Countess of Chester Hospital was set up to serve patients from both sides of the border, when without the intake from the Welsh side, the hospital services in Chester would not be sustainable nor viable. And I'm proud that under a Welsh Labour government that our Welsh NHS has stayed true to the vision of its founder, Nye Bevan, free from marketisation and privatisation. But what's clear, we do not exist or operate in isolation, and today's motion rightly makes clear concern for the budgetary implications caused by the growing privatisation of the NHS in England, indeed, and the £3 billion top-down reorganisation. But this greater privatisation and fragmentation does not only have implications for our consequential ability to fund the NHS in Wales, health services in Wales properly, but also gives me cause for concern with regards to the implications for the provision and standards of services received by my constituents who travel over the border to the northwest of England. And I understand that there is a cross-border protocol which is in place between the NHS in Wales and the NHS in England, aimed at delivering high-quality care for patients who access cross-border health services, and the Welsh Government is continuing its work and cooperation with the NHS in England to address the provision of healthcare in the border area. However, I have actually had highlighted with me instances from constituents where Wales domiciled patients accessing services over the border have not been given, shall we say, for want of a word, fair information with regards to waiting times and services by individuals or organisations in the NHS in England, and have been left sometimes feeling like the patients coming from Wales being treated in England are placed on a lower rung than those living in England accessing the same services. So with these agreements and funding arrangements in place, this should definitely not be the case, and just a few cases too many. And I know that when I've raised this previously in a meeting with the Cabinet Secretary, he shares my concerns on this, and just in concluding, I would urge others and in the Welsh Government that in continuing commitment to providing the best possible high-quality healthcare and fair funding for the people of Wales, that my constituents and others accessing services in England are given the same first-class service expected as anybody else.
Thank you very much. Now call on the Cabinet Secretary for Health, Wellbeing and Sport, Vaughan Gaffney.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I'd like to thank members for tabling a debate on this topic, as it allows me to reiterate the continuing commitment of this Welsh Labour-led Welsh Government to the principle of the National Health Service that is publicly funded and free at the point of delivery. We agree with the movers of the motion. In fact, the 2009 reforms in Wales reaffirmed Nye Bevan's founding principles by removing the market-based purchaser-provider arrangements and implementing a planned integrated health service. And that planned and integrated service has now been identified by Simon Stevens as a way forward for the NHS in England. They are moving away from the purchaser-provider split. They recognise it is inefficient and unhelpful. The contrast, though, with the current system between Wales and England could not be clearer. And as has been mentioned already, the Health and Social Care Act 2012 for England, it sees health as a commodity subject to procurement and competition provisions, including setting up Monitor as an economic regulator. And in doing so, the UK government of the day made an active choice to open the market on the provision of healthcare to any willing provider, including private healthcare providers. And the figures quoted by Angela Burns on public spend, or the private spend here in Wales, equate to less than 1% of the NHS budget on both the contract services, but we do not parcel those services off. But you see that in wholesale transfers within the English system. From non-emergency ambulance services to sexual health services in England, these are being parcelled out wholesale to private providers. That has not and that will not happen here in Wales. It is undeniable that the 2012 Act has led to increasing privatisation in England. Department of Health accounts for 2015-16 showed the private sector delivered over £8.7 billion of NHS services, or over 7.5% of the NHS budget in England. And that creeping privatisation does have significant consequences, including increased legal and transaction costs within the English system with private companies, but also NHS providers taking court action if they lose out on a procurement exercise for contracting services. And also the points that Rena Yodworth, Julie Morgan and others, Jenny Rathbone and others have made about the impact on the budget here in Wales as well. And we should be concerned about a more insurance-based system too. It does involve upfront payments for basic care. For example, in Ireland, if you want to see a general practitioner, you can expect to pay upwards of €50 just to have the consultation. And then there's a real fee to pay for the medication as well. It changes the way people behave and their access to high-quality medication. It changes the trust in those people as well. I think that if we are going to see political will maintained to actually reiterate the truth that a publicly funded national health service is good value for money and sustainable, if there is a political will to invest in our public services. And that does require a significant change in approach from the United Kingdom government. But despite the undeniable privatisation in England, the Welsh Government continues to take a pragmatic approach to cross-border flows, as outlined by a number of speakers in this debate, including Hannah Blythen just before me. We will continue to focus on providing the best care for all of those who need it. And of course, our approach to collaboration between Welsh and English health services focuses on the needs of our respective populations. A slight disagreement with the good Dr Lloyd, but I understand there is more than 20,800 English residents registered with a Welsh GP, but well over 14,000 Welsh residents registered with an English GP. The reality of cross-border flows, and of course we see those in specialist healthcare between Wales and England and from England to Wales. Hannah Blythen outlined those flows from her constituents into North West England. But of course, as Di Lord mentioned, Morrison Hospital, the Burns unit, is a specialist centre not just for Wales but also the southwest of England. Balindra Cancer Centre in Cardiff provides specialist cancer services to most of Wales, as well as treating patients referred in from England as well. The flows go in both directions. We do want to see that be maintained. Our aim as a government is to ensure that all patients receive high-quality healthcare at the right time and in the right place. Sometimes those will be services provided across the border in England. Other times it will be here, the service in Wales. There are long-established patient flows into England for some hospital-based care for people living in the east of our country. Local health boards do have the flexibility to refer patients out of their area for treatment where a patient's clinical need and circumstances justify it, or where services are not provided here in Wales. Now, turning to the point made in the motion about the European Union, we recognise that a majority of the people of Wales voted to leave. We've been clear that that democratic decision will be respected. However, we do not believe that the people of Wales voted to be worse off, to see harm done to our economy or to our public services. So we're determined to secure a positive future for Wales in a post-Brexit world, and we've been clear that our priority for the future relationship with the European Union is full and unfettered access to the single market. We set out our broader position in detail in the joint white paper with Plaid Cymru. The Welsh Government will continue to...
And I know he's repeating the line on the single market, but specifically in my contribution, I asked about customs arrangements and the UK Government's signal and intention at least to partially withdraw from the European Customs Union. Therefore, with that in mind, what, as a Cabinet Secretary in the Welsh Government, what is your view of future arrangements for trade deals? Do you want your government to have a full voice that is meaningful at a UK level in future trade deals in order to protect public services, or do you simply want to be a consultee in that process?
Well, you've heard the First Minister set out our position on a number of occasions about the relationship with the Customs Union and the relationship to having a joint ministerial committee to take those matters forward. We do need a proper voice for Wales in the future, and we will continue to set our priority for the exit and future trade deals through a joint ministerial committee. We've also been clear that under the devolution settlement, any powers in devolved fields currently held at the European Union level must be exercised at devolved level unless there is clear and unequivocally an agreed reason for them to be exercised by the UK Government. Those powers must come to this place first without flowing through the UK Government. Any other position simply will not be acceptable. And turning to some of the comments made, just in clarifying some of the misunderstanding about what happens within the health service here in Wales, and the comments made by the UKIP spokesperson, because I think that the reference to private involvement in the National Health Service gets us a significant distance away from privatisation that we do understand. And it's not difficult to understand the distinction and the difference. Neither I nor the movers of this motion say that we should try and remove those people in the private sector who developed medical goods, medical equipment, medical devices, or all the other forms of treatment and improvement that we see our National Health Service taking advantage of. That is a significant distance from the reality of privatisation. Of course, the current UK leader of what is left of UKIP has on many occasions in the past stated his belief that the National Health Service is a barrier and impediment to competition, and he would see it downgraded and removed. We do not support the Conservative amendment, which is a fairly obvious attempt to remove reference to Tory privatisation in England. This Welsh Government is committed to a high-quality national health service in public hands, and I am proud to say that we will continue to stand up for Wales and we will continue to stand up for the National Health Service.
Thank you very much. And I call on Prif to reply to the debate.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, Dirprwy Llywydd, a diolch I bawb sydd wedi cyfrannu heddiw. Mae pwrpas y ddadl yma, ffwrpas y cynnig yn glir, dwi'n meddwl, yn eitha syml. Dwi'n credu bod y ceidwadwyr yn eiddgar I drosglwyddo rhagor o rym a chyllideb dros gwasanaeth iechyd i'r sector breifat. Mae tystiolaeth yn dangos hynny. Mi oedd y ffigurau'r 8% o'r gyllideb yn mynd i'r sector breifat gyda llaw yn eithrio y trydydd sector. Ond hyd yn oed os nad ydy'r ceidwadwyr yn gallu dylanwadu yn uniongyrchol ar bolisi NHS yng Nghymru, mae penderfyniadau gwariant nhw fel plaid yn Llundain yn effeithio yn uniongyrchol arno ni, a dwi'n gobeithio yn bod ni wedi gallu egluro hynny heddiw. Ar ben hynny, wrth gwrs, a tra dwi yn croesawu cefnogaeth llafur i'r cynnig yma, mae methiannau Llywodraeth Lafur Cymru I gynnal gwasanaethau, dwi'n meddwl, o'r safon mae staff yr NHS yng Nghymru a chleifion yng Nghymru yn ei heiddi yn gwthio mwy a mwy o bobl at y sector breifat. Mi gafon ni araith gan Angela Burns yn deud na ddyla Plaid Cymru fod yn gul a gwrthwynebu gwasanaethau trawsffiniol. Dwi ddim yn hollol siŵr o le gafodd hi hynny. nes i'n sicr ddim crybwyll hynny. Dydy cynnig sy'n ymlaen i fan hyn ddim yn crybwyll hynny, ac yn wir mi nath Dr Dai Lloyd yn ei araith o bwysleisio pa mor dda mae gwasanaethau trawsffiniol yn gweithio y ddau gyfeiriad. Mi roi gyfle, os y dymunwch chi, i egluro yn union pam yn ydych chi lawr y trywydd hwnnw. Fel arall, mi wna i gario ymlaen, mi soniodd am wasanaethau rhagorol yn Southampton. Mi fyswn ni yn gyrru fy mhlentyn i'r lleiad am y gofal gorau. A mi fyddwn ni yn ei gymryd fel serhad personol pe bai chi yn awgrymu bod rywsyd yn well gen i ddim gwasanaeth yn hytrach na gwasanaeth oddi ar dir Cymru. Chi sy'n siarad nonsens drwy awgrymu y fath beth am gleifion Cymru. Ond, a dwi'n gobeithio'n arw, y bysa'r cydwadwyr yn cytuno efo fi ar hyn, ni ddyla tan berfformiad yr NHS yma nac unrhyw agenda preifateiddio dan seilio y gwasanaethau y dyla ni allu disgwyl i gael ei darparu yng Nghymru. Ac o edrych ar eich rhestr chi, yn eich gwelliant chi, o wasanaethau rydych chi yn credu y dyla ni i cydnabod fel bod yn Lloegr. Ydych chi wir yn credu y dyla ni eistedd yn ôl a derbyn bod plant efo problemau iechyd meddwl ddim yn gallu cael eu trin yn agos at eu cartref? Yn wythnos ymwybyddiaeth iechyd meddwl, mae'r aelod yn deud na nath i ddeud hynny. Mi wna i ddarllen o eich gwelliant chi. Y dyla'r cynulliad gydnabod dibyniaeth cleifion Cymru ar wasanaethau arbenigol yn Lloegr yn cynnwys gwasanaethau iechyd meddwl i blant. Os ydych chi'n meddwl y dylen ni edrych yn ôl, eistedd yn ôl a derbyn hynny, yn wythnos ymwybyddiaeth iechyd meddwl cywilydd arnoch chi. Mae gen i ofn bod bwriad a bygythiad y cydwadwyr yn glir. Cefnogwch y cynnig heddiw.
Thank you very much. The proposal is to agree the motion without amendment. Does any member object? Therefore, we will defer voting under this item until voting time. The next item on our agenda this afternoon is the Welsh Conservative debate, borrowing and the economy. And I call on Andrew R.T. Davies to move the motion.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and I formally move the motion on the order paper in the name of Paul Davies that focuses on strong and stable leadership that this country needs to continue its economic prosperity, regrets the First Minister's public endorsement around borrowing on the nation's credit card an additional £500 billion that will endanger the future of the Welsh economy, and recognises that policies, when put forward, need to be fully costed to ensure that Wales and the UK's economic progress is not put at risk and the coalition of chaos does not return, to make sure that the economic long-term implications are devastating for communities across the whole length and breadth of this country. I'll deal with, well, if I can deal with the amendments first, Mike, and I'll gladly take the. I was just merely reading what was on the order paper at that stage, to be honest. With a few soundbites. The amendments we will not be accepting, as is not surprising. The government's delete all amendment really does call into question who wrote that amendment, to be honest with you, because obviously a lot of the issues there don't bear any scrutiny at all, and ultimately when you look at the fiscal framework and other measures that the UK government has put in place over the first 7 years since 2010, that has led to record rates of employment here in Wales, record rates of inward investment, and of course a continuing contribution to making sure that Wales's place within the United Kingdom is safe and secure, really does make sure that people should vote Conservative at the ballot box on June the 8th. Amendment 2 from the Welsh Nationalists calls for and asks people to recognise that Wales needs to be defended from the prospect of a reckless Conservative UK government. I have to say the only thing that would be reckless would be making sure that Wales became independent, and the devastating consequences that would have for our Welsh NHS. It was a rich irony to listen to Plaid Cymru talking about a publicly funded, publicly
publicly owned NHS, when in fact the most devastating consequence for the Welsh NHS would be for Wales to become independent and economically not be able to deliver, for the people of Wales. I'll gladly take the intervention from Mike.
Coalition of chaos. Do you mean the coalition you had with the Liberal Democrats between 2010 or 2015, and or the coalition you tried to have with Plaid Cymru and UKIP after the last election?
There is only one coalition of chaos on the ballot paper for June the 8th, Mike, as well you know, and that is the coalition of chaos that will be led by Jeremy Corbyn, and the devastating consequences economically and for the future of the United Kingdom. And of course, you are part of a coalition with the Nationalists and with the Liberal Democrats, as we've seen since last May. There is a formal coalition here. So you see it at budget time, and you see it because you have a Lib Dem education minister who took questions earlier on. She is part of your government, Mike, which you endorse, you do then. But looking at what is required as we go forward, the dominating theme through the next Parliament, undoubtedly, and for this Assembly, will be to deliver on the Brexit referendum result on June the 23rd last year. And that is why strong and stable leadership is required. I'm on for a digestive biscuit at this rate, is required to make sure that we continue with the long-term economic growth that underpins investment in our great public services, that underpins the abilities for people to take home a decent take-home wage, and underpins the ability for entrepreneurs to start up new businesses, whether that be here in Wales or indeed other parts of the United Kingdom. And can it really be the case that anyone can have any confidence in the current Labour leadership when it comes to security, when it comes to negotiating the Brexit negotiations, where yesterday, for example, the leader of the Labour Party was asked 6 times about his thoughts on Brexit and was unable at any time to give a convincing answer? And this coming from a party that has spent the last 18 months in 2 leadership debates ripping itself apart and ultimately now stands before the electorate to say, trust us, we will deliver. And when we look at what the Welsh Government have delivered here, when you look at the NHS, the only part of the United Kingdom that has a government in the last session that delivered real-term cuts to the NHS, a conscious political decision, I might add, that was taken at that time. The government put much credibility on the line when it came to reorganising local government and had to backpedal on reorganisation of local government. On education, when we look at the education figures that have come out, not from the Conservatives, not from other political parties here, but on the international rankings in PISA, a devastating indictment of failed education policies here in Wales that have blighted the life chances of successive generations of young people going through our education system here in Wales. And they are seriously asking for us to trust them with the leadership of the United Kingdom. That is why it is vital that people understand the consequences when they cast their vote on June the 8th, to make sure that their communities, themselves and this country's security and long-term future is protected by a strong Conservative mandate here in Wales, but in other parts of the United Kingdom as well. And I do find it remarkable that the First Minister spent his time on the Politics show endorsing maxing out the UK's credit card to the tune of an additional £500 billion worth of borrowing. In other words, the cost of chaos so far, at the moment, the Labour Party stand before the electorate here in the United Kingdom with £45 billion worth of uncosted commitments. £45 billion worth of uncosted commitments. That is absolutely unbelievable. And the First Minister is endorsing that economic policy to actually put not just this generation's futures on the line, but future generations' futures on the line. Because this generation won't just be paying for that, it'll be generation after generation which will have to pick up the pieces of the bankrupting of this country. What we have seen over the first and second term of the Conservatives in government in Westminster, as I have said before, is worth repeating. Record employment rates, gone up from 28 million people employed in the United Kingdom to 31.8 million people as we sit here today. Record rates of investment in the economy, record rates of investment investment in business startups, record rates of apprenticeships, and all that would be put at risk by the coalition of chaos that Jeremy Corbyn will lead, propped up by the Liberal Democrats and by the Nationalists, both from Scotland and here in Wales. And that is why we need the strong and stable leadership of Theresa May, making sure that ultimately people's futures are not are put at risk because of the cavalier attitude, not just of Labour in London, but Labour here in the Assembly. And above all, what is required from governments in the future is that there is a fully costed programme of delivery and a fully costed programme when it comes to infrastructure and investment in our public services. Building false hopes, which is what the Labour Party and the Nationalists engaging at the moment, is something that the public will not forgive. And it is something that, as I said, the cost of chaos so far clearly indicates that there's a £45 billion black hole. And if the Cabinet Secretary on Health wants to speak, I'll gladly take the intervention from him, because he's chundering away there. But he knows that when it comes to it, the stats in the Welsh NHS, where 1 in 7 people are on a waiting list here in Wales. When A&E times, well, I'll give the floor. Do you want to take an intervention? I'll give the floor. C will not defend the position. 1 in 7 people are on a waiting list, and people are waiting longer and longer for treatment here in Wales. And so, as I've said, the clear choice before the people of Wales and before the people of the United Kingdom is for the strong and stable leadership that people need to vote for, on June the 8th, against the coalition of chaos that the Labour Party, the Nationalists and the Liberals will bring forward, that will not deliver the Brexit negotiations, that this country needs to stand up to the other 27 member states that will do us down, that will not deliver the economic prosperity, that this country and its communities require, that will not deliver the security of our public services, and above all, will not deliver the bright future that we know exists for this country. I'll gladly take the intervention.
You just said it. Are you publicly saying, and before you go into any negotiations, that the EU 27 are intending to take us down? Because that's what you just said.
When you look at what is coming from the European Commission, a negotiation is of two parties negotiating to their best advantage. It is a fact that the EU, as it currently stands, has 27 members in those negotiations. We are on the other side of that table. They are, of course, going to galvanise around a negotiating position. Who do you want negotiating that strategy on behalf of Britain? Do you want Jeremy Corbyn? Or do you want Theresa May? Because what the bulk of the people of the United Kingdom and the bulk of the people of Wales are saying is they have the faith in our Prime Minister Theresa May to negotiate on behalf of this great country of ours. They have little or no faith in Jeremy Corbyn's ability to negotiate. And I will make this point again, and if someone wants to rebut it, and I know the Finance Minister is a strong supporter of Jeremy Corbyn, 6 times yesterday, 6 times Jeremy Corbyn was asked to outline what his ultimate position would be in these negotiations, and on 6 occasions he couldn't give a response. That was at the launch of the Labour Party conference. And can it be right, with the Consul General sitting there, with the Finance Minister sitting there, with Mike Hedges sitting over there, that Welsh Labour are so happy to airbrush Jeremy Corbyn out of this campaign? Do you believe that Jeremy Corbyn would make a good Prime Minister? Because Carwyn Jones can't say that in any statement he's issuing. That's why this debate today requires the support from members in this House, so that we can have the strong and stable leadership of the Conservatives in government after June the 8th.
I have selected 2 amendments to the motion. If Amendment 1 is agreed, Amendment 2 will be deselected. And I shall call on the Cabinet Secretary for Economy and Infrastructure to move formally Amendment 1 tabled in the name of Jane Hutt.
Formally.
Thank you. I call on Adam Price to move Amendment 2 tabled in the name of Rhun ap Iorwerth. Adam.
Thank you, Dirprwy Llywydd. You know, to listen to the tone of the Conservative Party in this election, you could come to the conclusion that in some way we are on the cusp of Britain's finest hour. When you look at actually what's happening to this country, what you see actually is a deeply divided United Kingdom. Not our finest hour, it could be the final hour because of the economic divide, which is the most poisonous legacy of this Conservative government. I mean, let's look at the facts. In Yorkshire, Humberside, Northern Ireland, Wales, the West Midlands, the northwest of England, workers are actually producing less now per hour in the latest year for which figures are available than they did in 2007. Where's the economic progress there? Where's the economic fairness for those nations and regions across the UK? Regional inequality in the UK is higher now than ever. Higher now than ever since records began. And it's worsened in every year since 2010. We measure it through the Gini coefficient for regional inequality. It was fairly stable until the economic crisis. Prior to that crash, it was at 0.106. For the last year, for which we have figures published in 2016, it's now at 0.126. That is unprecedented. That's a 200% increase in the extent of inequality, economic inequality between the nations and regions of this United Kingdom in less than a decade. You should be hanging your heads in shame, you know. And let's not forget as well, you know, behind these statistics, there's a very human story. Come with me to some of the towns of the northern valleys and see on the very faces of the people there the intergenerational hopelessness that you have cast them into. I'd certainly take an intervention.
Can I just ask then, because obviously for decades now, Wales has been getting more money from the EU in terms of regional support than other parts of the UK. Can you explain why we're still in that position? And because that is not just a matter of the last 10 years, is it?
Yeah, I mean, European regional funds were always a tiny lever compared to the scale of the problem. We in this party and other progressives across the UK were continually making the case that we couldn't just rely on a tiny proportion. The Conservative Party were arguing, of course, for cutting the budget for European regional development funds throughout this period. Let's look at the facts. This is not just a problem in the valleys of the former coalfield. Look at Powys, you know, an area that is represented by the Conservative Party, has the lowest performance of any part of the UK in terms of productivity per head, 35% below the UK average. He talks about our nation. I presume he means the United Kingdom. Well, Powys economically is not in the same nation as the rest of the United Kingdom. I won't take another intervention. I think you've said enough, quite frankly. Look, in 2010, the Chancellor said this. He promised to rebalance the economy so that it generates local economic growth in all parts of the country. Instead of delivering on its promises, the Conservative-led administration delivered the opposite. And wasn't that the pattern? Remember vote blue, get green? Remember compassionate conservatism? Well, I can think of a few adjectives beginning with C to describe this Tory government, but compassionate certainly is not one of them. Cruel, cold-hearted, callous seem a better fit to me for the party that gave us the bedroom tax, the rape clause, and an epidemic of suicides among the sick and disabled victims of your so-called welfare reforms. You know, some people project on this Prime Minister virtues that are Churchillian. I see more of Chamberlain, of expectations raised that cannot be delivered. Now, what none of us can do is predict what happens next. Will Brexit be a D-Day, Dunkirk or Dardanelles, a glorious triumph, a heroic failure or needless tragedy? None of us can predict that with certainty. But what we can say, the outcome of this election, sadly, at the UK level, is already clear. The Prime Minister will win, and she will have her reckless, destructive Brexit come what may. But what happens next is in our hands. The battle for Britain may already be over. It's the battle for Wales that is about to begin. A weak and divided Labour Party cannot defend Wales. We have to look to ourselves as a nation. We are our own best hope.
Thank you very much. Mark Isherwood.
Well, on leaving UK government in 2010, Labour bequeathed an economy on the brink of collapse with the highest budget deficit in Europe, excepting only Ireland. But Conservatives delivered the fastest growing G7 economy in 2016. In contrast, those countries which rejected austerity got it in full measure. In championing Keynesian economics as an alternative, Labour fails to acknowledge, and Plaid Cymru, that although Keynes advocated deficit spending when an economy is suffering, he also advocated cutting back on government outlay in the boom times. But Gordon Brown broke the economic cycle by pretending there was an end to boom and bust. As any debtor knows, you can't start reducing debt until expenditure falls below income. If the Treasury had pursued faster deficit reduction, cuts would have been higher. In the real financial world, borrowers borrow, but lenders set the terms. If the Treasury had followed lower deficit reduction, higher cuts would have been imposed. Labour members here sneered when I warned 13 years ago that Gordon Brown's borrowing would lead to a day of reckoning. They sneered when I said 12 years ago that the IMF had warned that the UK banking system was more exposed to subprime debt than anywhere else in the world. They sneered when I said that the National Audit Office warned Mr Brown's Treasury 3 years before Northern Rock nearly went bust that it needed to set up emergency plans to handle a banking crisis, but Labour did nothing about it. And they sneered when I said that the Financial Services Authority had reported sustained political emphasis by the Labour government on the need for them to be light touch in their approach to banking regulation. No doubt they will sneer now when I say that in endorsing Jeremy Corbyn's plan to borrow an extra £500 billion, Corbyn-Jones is failing to tell the people of Wales that bigger cuts will be the consequence. Of course, Corbyn-Jones is not a modest man, but he has a lot to be modest about. He keeps stating that Wales has the lowest unemployment in the UK, but the latest published figures show unemployment in Wales above England, Scotland and UK levels. He keeps taking the credit for inward investment into Wales, when the UK Department for International Trade played a part in 97 of 101 foreign direct investments into Wales last year, with the UK continuing to be the third largest recipient globally. It is in the interests of Wales and the UK to have a strong, stable, prosperous European Union as our immediate neighbour. Although we do not enter Brexit negotiations as supplicants, he preaches Brexit doom, as we heard from our Plaid Cymru friends also. Well, there will be no winner and loser, only two winners or two losers. Any new impediments to trade and investment in Europe would not only be politically irresponsible, but economically dangerous, not just for Europe, but for the wider global economy too. Throughout 18 years of Labour Welsh Government, they presented themselves as the guardians of social justice. But the more they've talked about it, the worse it has got. After spending £500 million on their lead tackling poverty programme, Communities First, they're now phasing it out after, as the Bevan Foundation said, failing to reduce the headline rates of poverty in Wales. Labour has given Wales the highest percentage of employees not on permanent contracts, the highest levels of underemployment across the 12 UK nations and regions, the lowest prosperity levels per head in the UK, the highest percentage of employees not on permanent contract, I've said again, rates of low pay, poverty, child poverty and children living in long-term workers' households above UK levels, an increased percentage of children living in workless households in Wales' most deprived communities, and a housing supply crisis with the lowest proportional level of housing expenditure of any of the 4 UK countries from 1999, and therefore the biggest cuts in new social and affordable housing since 1999. UK Labour, meanwhile, is in the hands of a Trotskyist Tribute Act, fundamentalist followers of a discredited and dangerous 19th century ideology. But Wales has been a pilot for them and a warning to people across our islands. Labour think they're entitled to rule and tell the people what is good for them. In contrast, Welsh Conservatives seek to empower people and communities, doing things with them rather than to them. Instead of the coalition of chaos offered by Corbyn and Carwyn, the people need the strong and stable leadership of Theresa May.
Mike Hedges.
Deputy Presiding Officer, can I just first of all remind people the banking crisis was called by the United States subprime market, where people were lending money and people in Britain, British banks were buying items of which they had no control. Labour in Westminster saved the banks from collapse. If the banks had collapsed, the whole of our system would have collapsed. But can I just suddenly...
Thank you, Mike. Just giving you some of your own medicine there. You're right to say that there was a problem that the banking crisis caused from America, but of course that Labour government went into that crisis in 2008 with a deficit of £80 billion. We weren't starting off from the position we should have been in.
Well, that's a matter of opinion, and I haven't got time to debate that this afternoon. I hope we have an opportunity to do it again in the future. You come out of a recession by doing two things. First, you devalue the currency. Secondly, you reflate the economy. The pound float, so it has not gone through a formal devaluation, but it has been devalued by between 14% and 20% against the dollar since June 2016. We also know devaluation gives a short-term boost to export, but brings inflation in its wake. As the pound's value against the dollar has fallen from above 4 to between 1.3 and 1.2 dollars to the pound, we'll soon be talking about the other way round unless something is done. There is no long-term benefit of devaluation, just a short boost, a kickstart. Inflation in Britain, in a non-inflationary world, has started to make its way upwards, and house prices have started to make their way downwards. We've had the boom, now we're waiting for the bust. £500 billion on capital projects will help reflate the economy. Assuming the government borrows at 2% via government bonds or direct borrowing, which is probably on a high estimate, then over 30 years the capital payments is less than £1.7 billion a year, and interest at 2% would be something like 10 billion, and can you just, yeah, I will, at 4% would be something like 20 billion. Assuming only half goes on salaries, a low estimate, then each year, via taxes, at least 50 billion will come directly into the government. Actually, it more than washes its face and recirculates the money in the economy. Certainly.
I'd be grateful if you could, because you obviously researched this, that if you could name one financier, one person who understands public debt, who would back this policy of putting another £500 billion on the credit card of the United Kingdom. And I hear what the Cabinet Secretary is saying, the IMF do not support that policy.
The OECD do, and as do several other economists, including some major American economists. I will write to you and give you the names. I haven't got them with me at the moment. I didn't expect to have an answer. Paul Krugman, I've had mentioned to me, but there are several of them in America who believe that. You borrow for equipment and buildings. We're not borrowing for wages, borrowing for capital expenditure. We can look to American and British history. Herbert Hoover was the American president at a time of recession. He turned it into a depression. Hoover pursued many policies in an attempt to pull the country out of the depression. What he didn't do is reflate. Hoover supported new public works, but not enough of them. So now Britain had the government to the right of Herbert Hoover. How did America come out of it? By electing Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Not a communist, Trotskyist, or even a man who would be considered on the left in world terms at the time. And today he probably would, because the world's moved very much to the right. And he reflated the economy. Tennessee Valley Project being one example. The Tories needed a Second World War to reflate the British economy by substantial government borrowing to pay for the Second World War. The borrowing they refused in the pre-Second World War period, which would have reflated the economy, had to be paid for during the war. But I'm sure the Conservatives looked to the 1930s, a period of uninterrupted Tory rule. Labour, and I'm sure Plaid Cymru, look upon it as a period of poverty and desperation for many living in Wales. I have not time to explain how the Marshall Plan helped rebuild the economy of Western Europe, turning to strong and stable government. I think the man who talks most about strong and stable government is President Erdogan, President of Turkey. He's all about strong and stable government. Some think that his strong and stable is not particularly what type of government we would like. What we have is a Tory Prime Minister who is strong with the weak and weak with the strong. Theresa May is the least suited person to be Prime Minister since Neville Chamberlain, and that worked out well, didn't it? What we want is leadership for the whole country, not just the rich and powerful. A willingness to debate, not running away from leaders' debates. A willingness to explain, not to sloganise. The best leaders have always listened. The best leaders always will. Finally, on the economy, I'm not sure which is the saddest. Those on the Conservative benches who know the economy needs deflating, but will vote for this motion, or those who don't.
Thank you. Mohammed Ashgar.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. This debate this afternoon provides an opportunity to highlight that the transformation that has taken place in the United Kingdom economy thanks to the policies of Conservative government. Labour wasted 13 years in power, left behind a dismal economic legacy. And I think our Adam Price must remember very well what he just shouted very clearly and loudly, telling all this chamber the doom and gloom which is happening now. Britain had suffered the deepest recession since the war by that government and Labour in London, not by our party. The country was borrowing £150 billion a year at that time. Unemployment had increased by nearly 500,000. Labour's legacy was one of debt, decline and despair. That was their legacy when we came in power in London. Thanks to decision the Conservative government has taken, the fundamentals of British economies are strong. Last year, our economy grew faster than all other advanced economies except Germany in the world. The Office of Budget Responsibility upgraded its forecast of UK growth for 2017 to 2%, from 1.24% since last November. That's a great achievement. Employment is a record high. It is up by 2.8 million since Labour were in power. That's 2.8 million people with the security of bringing home a regular pay packet to look after their children and family. That is economy growth. We have cut the deficit of almost 2/3. That is not me. It's the World Economic Forecast and figures, what we receive. Don't shake your hand. This is true. In cash terms, the deficit is down from £150 billion when we came to office to just over £51 billion today. A survey in April showed that activity in UK manufacturing sector grew at its fastest pace for the last 3 years. The survey also found that new orders are being received at the fastest rate since January 2014. The services sector accounts for about three-fourths of the UK economy. Activity in this sector grew at a faster rate than expected in March this year. Exports are increasing and the trade gap is narrowing. That is what economy is growing with the policy of London. Wait a minute. Britain's decision to leave the European Union has not deterred foreign investment as companies wish to take advantage in our strong and stable economy. Come on, Adam.
Adam Price.
But does he accept his own government's figures that I quoted, that actually output per worker in Wales, many parts of the UK, is actually still now, the latest figures, lower than in 2007 when he was elected as a Plaid Cymru AM?
Adam, what I'm saying, this actually don't mix orange with our economy in Wales. Actually, we have been given different funding. What a Barnett formula. Our government is here to answer. Most of our economy is controlled by us here also. You should not blame London. Your education, transport, health, You name anything, 20 devolved areas, none of them have reached to the level which you are quoting the other part of the United Kingdom. They have achieved better than us. And it is not you and them, not us, who have actually controlled our economy since 1999. Qatar is a small country. Now they are spending £5 billion in next 3 years in this part of the world. Why? Because they can see the economic growth coming. Google has announced it will invest £1 billion and new headquarters in London, which could create 3,000 new jobs by 2020. Toyota, Jaguar, Land Rover, McLaren, all have announced plans for major investment in manufacturing plant in the United Kingdom. Seize the opportunity here, Adam. As we all leave the European Union, Britain remain open for business to whole world. We all are the same. We are the same outward-looking, globally minded, flexible and dynamic country we have always been, and we are always here to make sure that the world comes and trade with us, and we trade with them. Europe is not the only part. At this point, I have to mention Jeremy Corbyn. Something the First Minister failed. First Minister failed to do at his campaign launch on Monday.
We cannot allow.
We cannot.
No, please. Are you winding up, please?
To put our economy at risk.
Thank you. Neil Hamilton.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. And as a strong and reasonably stable member of this Assembly, I'm delighted to take part in this debate. It was fair enough for the leader of the Welsh Conservatives to focus upon the Labour Party's proposal to increase borrowing by £500 billion. Of course, the Shadow Chancellor is an avowed Marxist, but I think this policy owes more to Groucho than to Karl. Remember, Groucho Marx said politics is the art of looking for trouble, finding it everywhere, diagnosing it incorrectly, and then applying the wrong remedy. And that is exactly what the Labour Party's economic policy amounts to. However, Andrew Davies's point might have had more force if it wasn't for the record of George Osborne as Chancellor of the Exchequer, where he borrowed even more than the £500 billion that Labour now proposes to spend. In fact, he doubled the national debt in the years since 2010, and he borrowed £850 billion. And last year, 2016, the national debt rose by £91.5 billion. That is £250 million a day, and it amounts to £26,000 now for every single person in the United Kingdom. And the interest that we pay on the national debt now amounts to £40 billion a year, which is almost as big as the entire defence budget. And this is what the Labour Party always forgets, of course, is that the national debt has to be financed and eventually it has to be paid back. Yes, I give way to...
Thanks, Neil Hamilton, for giving way. And you're quite right to say that the national debt has, of course, increased since 2010. But it's the deficit that was the point. The deficit has been reduced. And the Chancellor, George Osborne, was always honest about the fact that it would take a long time to turn this supertanker around. You can't do it overnight, well, unless you wanted to cause massive damage to the economy.
It is certainly true that it's taking a long time to clear the deficit, and the current Chancellor has just extended the date at which he claims we will return to surplus, now to 2025 or possibly beyond. So I don't have a great deal of confidence in Conservative Chancellors in that frame of mind to live up to their rhetoric. But I have to say that Plaid Cymru offers no answer to this problem either, because, of course, if Wales were to become independent of the United Kingdom, there would then be a massive fiscal deficit that would have to be plugged, and there's absolutely no way in which that could be done without bringing about a massive contraction in the Welsh economy, which would actually cause a contraction bigger than Greece has experienced since the financial crisis began. Because we all know that the Welsh Government, we all remember that the Welsh Government Centre provided us with the figures last year, that there's a £15 billion a year fiscal deficit here. The government spending is £15 billion more than could be raised from taxes within Wales. That amounts to 24% of the Welsh economy. You cannot, in those circumstances, come forward with grandiose plans for spending on capital projects or any other of the good things that we would all like to spend money on if you haven't got the money and you haven't got the means to borrow, and certainly you will never have the means to borrow if you can't produce a credible plan for how you're going to pay it back. I give way to my Hedges.
Will you not accept that borrowing for capital is entirely different to borrowing for revenue? It's equivalent to having a mortgage to buy a house and borrowing to pay for the food bill.
I agree, of course, obviously, that if a capital project is commercially viable, then it is worth undertaking. The trouble with so many government capital projects is that they're not. And we've seen so many fiascos in so many areas that I don't think that that's going to be a very credible policy for spending £500 billion. As a result of leaving the European Union, we shall, of course, acquire many freedoms to increase the efficiency and productivity, which Adam Price was certainly right to mention in this debate, of the Welsh economy as part of a more productive United Kingdom economy. There is, of course, the Brexit dividend of the budget, the deficit of the money that we pay to Brussels, amounting to about £8 billion a year, which will be available either for deficit reduction or to be spent on the National Health Service or whatever. And there are many other improvements in the way that the economy functions, which could flow from the freedoms which we will have to devise for ourselves the systems of regulation which apply in this country, which can be tailored to the needs of the United Kingdom and indeed the Welsh economy. UKIP is going into this election campaign, as indeed the Assembly election campaign last May and the general election back in 2015, proposing that we have some significant cuts in public spending in certain areas in order to divert the money elsewhere. We would like to reduce the foreign aid budget by £8 billion in order to divert that into worthwhile projects like the health service at home. We'd like to slash people's electricity bills by £300 a year by getting rid of green taxes that produce the forests of windmills around the country. But most of all, by controlling immigration, we would restrict wage compression, which has affected adversely those at the bottom of the income scale. The Bank of England did a study in 2015 which showed that for every 10% rise in the proportion of immigrants in an economic sector, in semi and unskilled service sector wages reduced by 2%. So the people who really felt the squeeze of mass immigration are those who can least afford to cope with it. And Adam Price was quite right to point out, my last point in this speech, that Wales has 75% of the national UK average as a wage. Poverty in Wales is a disgrace. We're one of the poorest areas of Western Europe, and we need to use these new freedoms that we get as a result of leaving the European Union in order to transform the Welsh economy from a basket case of the United Kingdom to broad sunlit uplands of the future.
Thank you very much. Russell George.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. The aim of this debate today is to highlight the need to lock in the excellent economic progress that the UK Conservative government has made since taking office, and we don't want to see any of that put at risk. And of course, it's Theresa May and the UK government have got the plan, of course, to boost the UK government's and the economic prosperity through the process of Brexit and beyond. But there are issues with the economy here in Wales. We know that weekly earnings are still at the lowest of all 4 nations. Welsh GVA is still at 71% of the UK average, and the employment rate is lower than in any other part of the UK. And the Welsh Government has little economic credibility, I'd say, left after a series of investment failures, which I don't think has been mentioned today, from Triumph Furniture, Cancoat, Newsquest, Riffo, to name a few. And many would be concerned with the First Minister's recent endorsement of Jeremy Corbyn's economic approach, as has been highlighted in our motion and by the Leader of the Opposition in the opening comments to this debate. Over the past 7 years, the UK Conservative government has the deficit has come down by almost 2/3. Employment is up by 2.8 million. Growth is at 1.8 million in real terms, second only to Germany. The lowest paid have been taken out of income tax altogether, and there's a new national living wage. The current forecast is that the UK government will grow by 2% this year, and wages are forecast to rise every year up until 2021. And this And isn't it interesting, of course, when Gordon Brown left office, the UK's infrastructure quality was ranked at 33rd across the world, behind countries like Namibia and Slovenia. Now, thanks to the steps of the UK government, Conservative government has taken, we're ranked at 7th in the world. We are now supportive of major projects in Wales, of course, as we know, like the Cardiff and Swansea City deals, as well as the North Wales deal as well. Yes.
Can you confirm that the Conservative manifesto will commit to the tidal lagoon in Swansea Bay?
Well, I'm not privy to the negotiations of the Conservative manifesto, but the Conservative manifesto, of course, made that commitment, and did make that commitment, of course, back in the 2015 general election. In the autumn, the Chancellor announced that he will deliver. He announced that he would deliver 400 million of additional investment over the next 5 years, and I hope that the Welsh Government spends that and prioritises that in transport, digital infrastructure, housing and research and development, because we know that investment in transport networks would create world-class infrastructure, and that will lead, of course, to better jobs and better pay. We have huge connectivity issues across Wales that is holding back the Welsh economy. I know that only too well in my own constituency. We need new technologies to make it easier for foreign companies to trade here, including investing in and developing in digital technologies such as broadband and mobile. The UK Government has put in place an ambitious industrial strategy, making Wales a stronger, fairer and more successful place. In a moment. But we are still waiting for the Welsh Government to bring forward its economic strategy over a year after it was promised. And of course, steel is also mentioned extensively in that document as well. I hope that the Cabinet Secretary will have news for us today on its plans for its economic strategy. The First Minister continues to put blame on the UK Government week after week, but the Welsh Government has its powers in its own hands to make decisions here that it's not using. So in response to this debate today, I hope the Cabinet Secretary will confirm that he will engage constructively with his UK counterparts to ensure that the full potential of the UK's industrial strategy will be released here in Wales. The UK Conservative Government has a vision for a modern, successful, ambitious Wales that gets every part of the UK working on all 4 cylinders. And I hope that the Welsh Government will also share that ambition as well.
I call on the Cabinet Secretary for Economy and Infrastructure, Ken Skates.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and I'd like to begin by thanking the Welsh Conservatives for bringing forward this debate in the Chamber today. Today, the gap in the employment rate between Wales and the rest of the UK stands at approximately 1.5%. Before the recession, it was 3%. At the start of devolution, it was 6%. It's halved and halved again. And looking back over the last few years, against the backdrop of the recession and years of austerity budgets, it's clear that the Welsh economy has performed well. Not for the few, but for the many. The Welsh Government has a marked success and record of delivery over the last Assembly term. And since devolution, Wales has had the 5th biggest increase in GVA of all UK nations and regions since devolution. When, at the time of the economic crash, confidence in the economy dipped and firms began laying off people, it was the leadership shown by this Welsh Government, alongside business, unions and other partners, that put together the ProAct and REACT programmes. It was the work that we did that prevented more than 15,000 young people from experiencing unemployment, because we introduced Jobs Growth Wales. And in the last Assembly term, nearly 150,000 jobs were supported through direct Welsh Government help, with many more in local supply chain networks. And to continue to deliver on this success, we've set out our priorities in our programme for government. Taking Wales Forward sets out a vision of prosperity for all, through delivering a Wales that is more prosperous and secure a Wales that is more united and connected, more active, more ambitious and learning, and more connected. Deputy Presiding Officer, austerity imposed by the UK government has continued now for 7 years. And yet the Tories borrowed, and yet the Tories, I will in a moment, and yet the Tories borrowed more in the last government than every other Labour government in history combined.
Oh, yeah. I do find that ironic. 1 minute you're slating us for austerity, the next minute you're saying we're borrowing too much. You are then. But we heard from the Principal Plaid Cymru speaker of a Wales that doesn't bear any resemblance to the Wales that you were drawing on, Cabinet Secretary. Who's right, you or him?
I'd agree with Adam Price about regional inequality across the UK, and that's why we've been clear in outlining an intervention in Wales that will be based on place-based solutions at a regional level, creating strong regional economies to spread the wealth in a genuine way that the UK Tories should look at. And the member calls attention to borrowing too much. The Tory government between 2010 and 2015 had borrowed more than £500 billion. And what did they have to show for it? Well, let's just have a look at what they had to show for it. The bedroom tax. They gave us a bedroom tax, didn't they? And the pasty tax. Remember the pasty tax? They now messed up taxes for the self-employed. They gave us in the past, of course, the infamous poll tax. You know what they're known as in Llywydd South? Taxastrophe Tories. That's what they are. Then the masters of higher value-added tax. They touted the tampon tax. You cannot trust the Tories with taxes or with public money. Deputy Presiding Officer, it's absolutely clear from the calls that we've made on the UK government that austerity must end. We need a fiscal stimulus to support our public services and to increase investment to much-needed economic activities, especially now as we face an unprecedented challenge which requires an unprecedented response. Investing in infrastructure has been recommended by a broad range of bodies, including the OECD and the IMF. And the IMF has repeatedly said that over the years of Tory governments, there's been underinvestment in infrastructure, which must be addressed. The advice from the OECD has been for countries to take advantage of low borrowing costs to fund public investment. Infrastructure investment is a priority for this government, reflecting evidence that, second only to higher skills, good infrastructure is key to economic development. We've sent a clear signal to the market that Wales is open for business, with the commitment of a pipeline of major public-private partnerships. This pipeline includes the completion of the dualling of the A465, the construction of a specialist cancer care facility, and an additional tranche of investment in the next phase of 21st century schools. Deputy Presiding Officer, our track record of supporting 150,000 jobs in the last Assembly term, of fighting for a future for the steel industry, of preventing more than 15,000 young people from experiencing unemployment, of securing record inward investment, highlights that this Welsh Government will continue to stand up for Welsh interests.
Thank you very much. And I call on Nick Ramsey to reply to the debate. Nick Ramsey.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, if you weren't aware that the Welsh Conservatives believe in strong and stable leadership before this debate, you are now. And our motion and the contributions made today, certainly from this side of the chamber, have reiterated the need for that UK leadership to continue beyond June the 8th. Now, of course, whilst there is a tangible threat posed to the UK's economy and well-being by Jeremy Corbyn's Labour Party, that doesn't necessarily mean that the Welsh Labour government should be tarred with the same brush. You are probably the most sensible bit of the Labour Party left in the UK. That's not the greatest of compliments, I know, but take it in the spirit that it's meant. And how ironic that it fell to the Cabinet Secretary for Infrastructure, Ken Skates, to mount a defence of Jeremy Corbyn, not probably the most Corbynite member of the front bench, but there we are. The irony wasn't lost on me, Ken. You can imagine our disappointment when the First Minister endorsed the proposal to borrow an extra £500 billion. To ratchet up by £500 billion the borrowing requirement that Britain currently has would be nothing short of outrageous. Mind you, you can see that the UK Labour Party may now feel that they have to adopt such outrageous fiscal policies to fund their growing list of unfunded spending commitments, a spending list that would risk sinking the economy, if implemented, to the coalition of chaos that we have spoken about so many times today. And if that situation happened to the UK economy, thanks to the UK Labour Party, it would be the Welsh Government here that would ultimately suffer, whatever political colour that is, because if you have an uncontrolled fiscal policy, an uncontrolled borrowing requirement going up over the years to come, then you would not have the money to spend ultimately, because the money would not be generated across the UK level to come here to support you. I will.
Can you tell me on how many occasions in the last 100 years the UK has been in surplus and has no national debt at all?
The debt is an important part, an important fiscal tool, and we have been in debt. But you go back to the 1990s when the deficit was running at around 20 billion, and you look at when the Labour Party left power in 2010, and it's running at well over 150 billion. So clearly it's been on an upward trajectory, and that needs to be controlled. As Plaid Cymru have entered this debate, can I just say, I don't have much time, but I'll just say, Adam Price, you spoke passionately, but you seemed eager to hang all the problems of Wales on the Conservative Party. Well, Adam, it hasn't been the Conservative Party dominating Welsh politics for 100 years. And you know that in your heart of hearts. It wasn't the Conservatives dominating Britain from 1997 to 2010, when so much of this debt was generated in the first place and left us in this position. And it hasn't been my party here, my group here, dominating Welsh politics and dominating this Assembly since the advent of devolution in 1997. It's been the other parties who have been presiding over this. So if you've got problems with the way Wales is looking today, and I understand you have, then don't look over this side of the chamber for the problem. Look here for the solutions, but not the problem, because I know where that lies.
Well, the response is quite simple, isn't it? They've been in power in Wales for 100 years. For most of the time in Westminster, you've been in power. You are both responsible for the terrible state that our economy and society is in as a nation. Shame on both of you.
And Plaid Cymru was part of that Welsh Government between 1999
You can't be heard because your mic's off.
choosing to attack the Conservative Party when the blame does not lie here. Let's get on with the job of delivering strong and stable leadership for the UK.
The proposal is to agree the motion without amendment. Does any member object? Therefore, we defer voting until voting time. Unless 3 members wish for the bell to be rung, I will proceed directly to voting time now. Okay, we now move to voting time. And the first vote this afternoon is the Plaid Cymru debate on the NHS privatisation. And I call for a vote on the motion tabled in the name of Rhyn ap Iorwerth. If this proposal is not agreed, we vote on the amendment tabled to the motion. Open the vote. Close the vote. For the motion, 33. 4 abstentions, 11 against. Therefore, the motion is agreed. We now move to the Welsh Conservative debate on borrowing and the economy. I call for a vote on the motion tabled in the name of Paul Davis. Again, if the motion is not agreed, we will vote on the amendments tabled to the motion. Open the vote. Close the vote. For the motion, 14. 1 abstention, 33 against. Therefore, the motion is not agreed. Now call for a vote on Amendment 1. If Amendment 1 is agreed, Amendment 2 will be deselected. And I call for a vote on Amendment 1, tabled in the name of Jane Hutt. Open the vote. Close the vote. For the amendment 25, no abstentions. Sorry. For the amendment 26, no abstentions. 22 against. Therefore, amendment 1 is agreed. We now move to the vote on the motion as amended. Open the vote. Excuse me, the vote hasn't been announced, please. If you want your vote to be carried, no, in your seat, please. Is everybody who wants to vote voted? Okay, close the vote. For the motion, 25, no abstentions, 22 against. Therefore, the motion as amended is agreed. We now move to the short debate. And I call on Caroline Jones to introduce the topic that she has chosen.
Diolch, Llywydd. I've chosen to use my short debate today to highlight the amazing work undertaken by a little-known charity in my region, Bulldogs Boxing and Community Activities. The Bulldogs use the power of boxing to involve, educate and inspire young people and their families across Wales, and within Neath Port Talbot in particular through a broad 5-pillar personal development programme. Based in Badlan, the Bulldogs Boxing and Community Development Centre is inspirational, motivating and extraordinary from the moment you enter. It is a centre of opportunity for young people and their families at a time when many other facilities, particularly public sector services, are closing. It brings people together, makes an outstanding and lasting difference to local people's lives. It is the first of its kind in Wales and is a member of the prestigious Fight for Peace Global Alumni Partnership, which uses boxing and martial arts combined with education and personal development to realise the potential of young people in communities affected by crime and violence. The Bulldogs 5-pillar programme is open to everyone in the community. It is a mix and match personal development programme designed to suit individuals. Each of the pillars can be accessed at any time using as much or as little support as needed. The programme is open to employed and unemployed people regardless of where they live. The main focus of Bulldogs is people under the age of 30, although support is available for all ages. Many of these people come from disadvantaged backgrounds, and the Bulldogs believe every person can achieve success with the right guidance, support and motivation, which are available within the 5 pillars. The 5-pillar programme is an action plan chosen by the persons themselves and made up of personal development, which uses mentoring and motivation to help build confidence, teaches life skills and core values by encouraging individuals to take up volunteering. Open access, which allows young people free access to the gym and after-school clubs. Education, employment and training, which offers employment support, including job-related training and access to local employers and work placements. Fitness and boxing to suit every level of fitness and skill, and support services, which brings together multiple agencies. The 5-pillar programme has been adapted to work with specific groups over and above the Bulldogs' main target group, which includes the Bulldogs Employability Pathway, a partnership with Job Centre Plus. They provide extensive employment and training support from their dedicated employability pillar. This is a very successful arm of the Bulldogs and is growing week on week with success for all ages. Bulldogs Wellbeing, tailored exercise and nutrition programmes, creating a healthier community. This is something for everyone at the Bulldogs, starting from the most basic form of exercise up to a high-intensity programme. Bulldogs, SAFA, Armed Forces drop-in. This is a multi-agency approach to helping those who have or are currently serving within the armed forces. They also help young people into the services through their employability pathway. Bulldogs Laces Group, a partnership with Neath Port Talbot County Borough Councils, looked after children's education services, providing social, emotional and behavioural skills change. Young Offenders, a partnership with Western Bay Youth Justice, creating exit strategies for young offenders, using the discipline of boxing to help steer young offenders away from future crime and antisocial behaviour. The Bulldogs provides a platform for over 30 organisations working in partnership to provide a fighting chance in life for the next generations in and around the Port Talbot areas of Swansea Bay region. I'm sure members will agree with me that their work is truly impressive, as are their results. The Bulldogs first came to my attention because of the work they do with SAFA, the Armed Forces charity. My husband, since leaving the Army, has been a huge supporter of SAFA and helps work to assist ex-service personnel adapt to life on Civvy Street. He also works with PTSD sufferers, and through his work we became aware of the Bulldogs Gym. The Bulldogs work with service personnel and others suffering with PTSD, offering a safe and friendly environment for sufferers to talk with one another about their experiences and allowing them to work together to cope with the condition. The Bulldogs work with partner agencies to assist PTSD sufferers. Studies have shown that high-intensity sports such as boxing can help manage their PTSD symptoms, and with the Bulldogs Gym, PTSD sufferers get access to these sports as well as other people suffering from the condition. The Bulldogs also help those who have or are currently serving within the armed forces by offering a drop-in session for the armed forces and veterans. By bringing like-minded people together, the Bulldogs are helping ex-service personnel cope with the transition to civilian life. As an added benefit, veterans at the gym can help young people who are thinking of joining the armed forces. Many of these young people come from disadvantaged backgrounds, and the Bulldogs help them achieve their full potential by providing support, guidance, along with motivation. This approach is used to steer young offenders away from the youth justice system. The discipline that boxing instills is proven to help steer young offenders away from criminal activity and antisocial behaviour. These benefits aside, increasing physical activity amongst young people is the major benefit of the Bulldogs Gym. As I've said several times, it is a matter of national shame that nearly 2/3 of Welsh adults and 1/3 of Welsh children are overweight or obese, and we have to do all that we can to increase physical activity amongst young people and children. The Bulldogs Gym offers free access to the gym and its facilities to young people during the afternoons, as well as running an after-school drop-in club. By offering these facilities, the Bulldogs help to tackle the obesity crisis head-on. In a recent Health, Social Care and Sport Committee consultation, the BMA highlighted the need to increase access to sporting activities, the opportunities to exercise and undertake leisure pursuits. The BMA estimate that the cost of physical inactivity in Wales is around £650 million per year. Facilities such as those provided by the Bulldogs enable the local community to exercise in a safe and supported environment. They do all this with little public sector support, relying mainly on their charitable activities. I am extremely grateful to the Bulldogs for providing this opportunity to my constituents. But as UKIP's Shadow Secretary for Health and Wellbeing, I want to see people in the rest of Wales enjoy similar benefits. I would like to see the Welsh Government work with Bulldogs boxing and community activities to explore how this programme can be replicated across the country. Let's ensure that every young person in Wales has access to the 5-pillar programme. Let's give young offenders from across the nation a pathway out of crime and antisocial behaviour. Let's help all our veterans cope with transition to civilian life. And let's ensure that those living in our towns and cities have access to a Bulldogs of their very own. Diolch yn fawr. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you just confirm that you've given Gareth Bennett a minute of your time?
Yes,
you
I
have.
can.
Thank you. Gareth Bennett.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and thanks to Caroline for that account of the work of Bulldogs Gym. The work of these kind of community activity groups is a very important part of the fabric of our society, and I'm sure there are such groups in everyone's constituencies and regions. In my region, there's Cardiff Riding School, for instance, located in Pontcanna Fields, surrounded by 35 acres of parkland. The school first opened in 1970 and is owned and operated by Cardiff Council as part of their leisure provision for residents. This allows the school to offer a variety of lessons and courses at affordable prices for children, adults and, importantly, disabled riders. In addition to horse riding skills, disabled riders in particular build on their mobility, control, listening skills, coordination, self-belief and confidence. There are some 40 horses and ponies at the school, of which 9 are horses owned by others, livery horse, some of which are used in lessons, working livery. The service attracts on average 35,000 users per annum. The centre was recently recognised by the Riding for the Disabled Association, who awarded them the first accessibility marked status in Wales. The centre is also approved by the British Horse Society. There are 10 full-time staff at the centre, which is also supported by the Friends of Cardiff Riding School, who organise vital fundraising events and open days. I would like to commend the Riding School for the work that it does in maintaining this crucial service, in particular for disabled riders.
Thank you very much. And I call on the Minister for Social Service and Public Health to reply to the debate. Rebecca Evans.
Thank you. I'm glad to have this opportunity to reply to the debate, and I do thank Caroline Jones for leading this debate today, and also for telling us about the good work of Bulldogs boxing and community activities, and also thank you to Gareth Bennett for describing some of the good work done by Cardiff Riding School. The Welsh Government recognises the benefits of ensuring that our communities across the whole of Wales need to become more active, and we want to increase the number of people taking part in sport and physical activity. And we know that this is undoubtedly a fundamental part of creating a healthy and active nation. Sport has the power to reinvigorate community spirit, improve health, build confidence, inspire and teach people new life skills. And it also has the unique ability to transcend common obstacles and bring people together with a common purpose. There are other elements, such as coaching and volunteering, which also play a pivotal role in sport development and can also have a very positive effect on people's lives. Our attitude to sport plays an important part in how we live our lives. We know that physical inactivity can drastically shorten our lifespan, as well as increasing the likelihood of suffering from chronic diseases. To support this, we need to ensure that there are no barriers to engaging in sport and physical activity, and there are some really good examples where working in partnership is having very positive results. Earlier this year, I attended the Disability Sport Wales Awards. Their vision and mission is to transform lives through the power of sport, driven by their commitment to a Wales where, irrespective of ability, every person has the right to a full and lifelong involvement in sport and physical activity. Disability Sport Wales now supports a community programme with nearly 18,000 members and works with schools and clubs holding a series of events supported by volunteers. Of particular interest is their partnership with the Betsy Cadwaladr University Health Board, providing people with opportunities to take part in sport, which has helped to rebuild their lives. And I'd like to share with you some of those stories. Angeline, who has a disability, was one of the first young people in Conway to benefit from the partnership involving Disability Sport Wales and Betsy. Angeline was signposted to Disability Sport Wales by her physiotherapist and introduced to wheelchair basketball with assistance from coaches and volunteers. And I know that this experience has helped build Angeline's confidence, and her parents tell us that it's also helped change her daughter's life. Matthew, who was bullied at school and not included in football games because the other boys felt he was too slow, was introduced to cricket through Disability Sport Wales. His mother says that this has been wonderful to watch Matthew's self-confidence grow through his involvement in cricket. He's interacting with other people now and laughing and joking and no longer gets bullied. James, an active football coach and golfer, before suffering a number of strokes, was given a new sense of determination when he was introduced to the local Disability Sport Wales Development Officer in Conway. Through participation in Disability Wales programmes, James has been motivated to reach his goals of rehabilitation, and he hopes to participate in competitive golf. There are other examples where sport is helping to support community life. Our Football League clubs are also actively involved in working with young people, mainly from disadvantaged backgrounds, who are underachieving with the aim of helping them improve their educational outcomes. Street Games Wales, who received support from Welsh Government via Sport Wales, is encouraging young people based in socially deprived areas by providing a range of doorstep sporting activities for young people who might not otherwise have the opportunity to take part in sport. They've established over 60 doorstep sport clubs in Wales and aim to become a sustainable part of the fabric of the community. Via Sport Wales, the Welsh Government has also invested £500,000 in a partnership with the Welsh Council for Voluntary Action to encourage more people from BME communities to participate in sport and feel the wider benefits. The programme delivers across 4 areas, including in Swansea. I recently met with Street Football Wales, and I'm really pleased to be back in their work, which focuses on supporting young men and women who have a range of social challenges by using football as a hook to help them transform their lives. Street Football Wales has supported over 3,900 participants. In a recent survey, 94% of respondents said their confidence and their self-esteem had improved, 93% said their physical health had improved, and 92% said that their mental health had improved. The FAW also supports the We Wear the Same Shirt campaign, which helps to combat the stigma of mental health through engagement in football. Welsh Gymnastics has made great progress over the last few years and now has over 20,000 club members, including a specific BME club in Butetown, which I visited in September last year and was completely inspired by. More recently, in March, I visited one of the Welsh Rugby Union's School Club Hub projects in Haverfordwest. The project involves giving girls and boys across 89 hubs in Wales the opportunity to participate in rugby. Through the programme, they receive the invaluable support and guidance of the rugby officers and trained rugby leaders to help them develop a range of skills and acquire knowledge of all aspects of the game, helping to strengthen links to community rugby clubs and improving the sustainability of club rugby and longer-term player involvement. It's also encouraging to see more people looking to become active through Run Wales's social running groups. The programme aims to play a key role in supporting the NHS in Wales by providing the people of Wales with this inspiration and the support and opportunity to help themselves become healthier, happier and more physically active. Similarly, Welsh Cycling's Breeze women's-only cycle rides are proving extremely popular, and this is great news as encouraging more women and girls in Wales to participate in sport and active recreation is one of our priorities. The Welsh Government regards any major sporting event as an important step on a journey towards a healthy and active nation. Although difficult to demonstrate a definitive and direct link, there is some evidence to suggest that hosting elite sporting occasions at which the world's best perform helps increase participation levels closer to home. Sporting events here in Wales showcase our sporting venues and often our beautiful landscapes and provide a home event in which Welsh athletes can compete, inspiring other people to continue with their chosen sport or to try new ones. This year's UEFA Champions League finals are a prime example of this, carrying with them an accompanying legacy programme that will deliver a new community venue, and through the women's final, throw a spotlight on the important work to encourage women and girls into sport. So I hope I've been able to demonstrate how the Welsh Government and Sport Wales are working constructively with a range of partners to help our communities become more active. Sport is undoubtedly an area which contributes significantly to help rebuild and transform people's lives, and we aim to build upon the momentum we already have to help Wales become a healthier and fitter nation.
Thank you very much. And that brings today's proceedings to a close.